Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commission. We're on the air whenever you're ready to start, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Thank you. Get on the right page here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the May 5th Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. And Mr. Villalobos, if you could move forward with items 2 and 3, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I apologize in advance. I'm wearing a different mask today, so I'm probably a little bit muffled today. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orcutt areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Now for the roll call. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bridley.
Here.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
Chair Farini.
Here.
And I believe Commissioner Park will be joining us in just a bit.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And Mr. Wilson, would you go ahead and move forward with items 4 and 5, please?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. There's been a number of changes to our agenda, so buckle up because we rearranged and rescheduled everything. So I'll make an attempt to give a status of the agenda today. We do have one item on consent, which is a item from the Housing and Community Development Division. And moving to our standard agenda, we did receive a request from the applicants for the item number 3, which is an appeal of the G&K Cannabis Processing Building. And so we're considering moving that to item 1 to have the commission act on the request for continuance. And then following that, we would move to have the Ramey recorded map modification as item number 2. And then we would have the Cana Rios item number 3. So that would be the status of the agenda today. I'm kind of reorganizing it. That would make Mr. Villalobos stressed out, but that's kind of where we're at is with the order of the agenda. One item also on the appeal of Cana Rios. Staff received a request, or the director received a request from the appellant on Tri-M Rental Group, which is the case number 21 APL number 7, to withdraw their appeal. So when we get to that item on the standard agenda, we will request that the commission make a motion to accept that withdrawal. And then once we do that, we can move forward with the other appeal. There was 2 appeals on that project. And so when we get to the standard agenda on that item, we will have the commission accept that withdrawal, and then we'll move into the staff presentation, which has been modified to just address the appeal issues on the case number 8. So that's the status of our agenda today. Hopefully it wasn't too confusing. I can move into the projection report if you'd like.
Mr. Wilson, so after your request there to the agenda modification, should we do that now?
Chair Freeney, we can take that up when we actually get to the standard agenda items at that time.
Very good. Thank you.
And then moving to the projection report, our next hearing is May 12th. We have the continuance of Keyside 21, or the neighborhoods of Willow Creek and Hidden Canyon. We also have a conditional use permit and CDP for Summerlin Elementary School on that date. And then we have an appeal of homestay And then we have a appeal of a cannabis cultivation operation, the Central Coast Ag, which is a different site than what you previously heard. Our next hearing after that would be May 26th. And we have the continuation of Quayside 3 on that date. And then we have an appeal of a mixed light cannabis operation, which is Roadside Blooms. And then we have an appeal of another homestay. And then a cannabis operation, a conditional use permit for a cannabis operation on May 26th. So May 26th is going to be a busy day for us. And then our next hearing after that would be June 2nd. On June 2nd, we had a appeal of the appeal of Sun Valley that was continued from our earlier hearing. And I believe the request for continuance today is for the appeal of the G&K warehouse to be on June 2nd as well. As of right now, no items projected for June 9th. And then actually we have no other items until we get to August 11th at our last hearing. We talked about ExxonMobil Trucking. They have the Energy Minerals and Compliance Division has placed that on August 11th with a request for the commission to consider setting a special hearing for that following Friday, which would be Friday the 13th, which is always a great day to have a hearing and to come back for questions and further direction from the Planning Commission after the full day after the hearing on the 11th. So we don't have to do that today, but if we do want to set a hearing, I would recommend we do that sooner than later so we can make necessary arrangements for that hearing and make sure that everyone's available from CSB TV, et cetera, in order to support that. So that concludes the projection report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any questions of the commission?
I have a question, well, not a question, but just a comment.
Yes.
We want to dispense with item number 3 now so that we don't have people waiting around unnecessarily if we're going to continue it. It's Commissioner Cooney's call, but.
Oh, okay. What Mr. Wilson suggested is that we wait a few more minutes till we get through the rest of the items and go to the main agenda. But yeah, if you want to try to do it now, Commissioner Cooney, what say you?
Yes, that's fine. Mr. Chair, I've looked at the request and I think there's a good reason for it. So I would move approval.
I'll second it.
Okay.
We're continuing to the date certain that
June 2.
June 2nd, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, can we get a roll call vote for that, please?
Wait, Mr. Chair and commissioners, I'm sorry. I know we're all excited to be super efficient today, but we did take it up. We're moving forward in the standard agenda, and we probably should have public comment on a continuance request. And we kind of went out of order today, so we probably should have public comment before we take a roll call.
Okay.
You mean general public? Yeah.
Let's table that motion. We'll vote on it once we get to the standard agenda. It'll be a few minutes. And we'll go back to item 6 now would be public comment. This is the time when anyone from the public would like to comment on items not on today's agenda.
Mr. Chair, we didn't have anyone who signed up for general public comment. The members of the public who are joining us today have signed up for items on our standard agenda. Okay,
great. Mr. Villalobos, also Commissioner Park has joined us. I don't know if you need to note that.
Thank you. I'll make a note of that.
Good morning, Commissioner Park. Okay, let's move on to item 7 of the agenda, which would be planning commissioners' informational reports. Do any of the commissioners have anything they would like to report at this time? Oh, there he is, Commissioner Park. Yes.
Yeah, this is not really a report. It's just a little request for those that might be listening. And I think on these cannabis projects, everybody listens, so you'll get it. I have my personal email address and my personal cell phone on our county website. And that's the way to contact me, not through my law office or its email account that I hate reading. Do it through the address that I provided on the website. And I know of no other commissioner that's crazy enough to put their personal email address and personal cell phone on the website. So I've done that for you folks. So please,
I am.
when you send them there. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Park, if you don't mind, would you email me that so I can just put it in my address book?
No, I know.
It's the cloud
Yeah.
one, right?
And I went over and I put it over there. And,
Yep.
when I get a new floor, I have to get one. Yeah, no, yeah, but that's why when it.
Okay.
It's working.
Well, we'll move on now to item 8 would be the director's report.
Yeah, just pick it up.
Director Plowman. You see, we have a picture of you, but no
Morning.
audio. There you are. Okay, you're here.
I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have kind of a short version today. I don't have any updates on COVID. We're still just sort of waiting to see what happens at the state. I know that we've talked about it, but the governor has a goal of reopening on June 15th. We are monitoring what levels we are at in the county with our cases. We're still in the orange tier, and I will learn more on Friday at the department head meeting and then be able to share. And then, of course, every Tuesday we hear from the Public Health Department, the Board of Supervisors. So we are, as I mentioned, just working on how we're going to be reopening, and I will keep you apprised of how that affects the Planning Commission. We did have a board hearing yesterday on the Central Coast Ag Conditional Use Permit and Development Plan, and the board denied the appeal and approved the project. So that project will be moving forward. In terms of upcoming items at the Board of Supervisors, we have the ADU, JADU item, ordinance amendments that will be at the board on the 18th of May. CREF is there on the 11th of May with our recommendations for how the money is allocated. We will also be hearing, the board will be hearing amendment to our building code, which is not something that comes before the Planning Commission, but it is good information for the Planning Commission to have, and that is adding an appendix to our building code that relates to emergency housing. And so makes some, creates more flexibility for circumstances where the county or a nonprofit would be proposing to establish an emergency housing center. Something like the pallet housing that we saw out in Isla Vista during COVID. Utility grade solar will be back at the board on the 16th of June for a scope of work assessment. And then the Melville appeal of SFS Farms is on the 22nd. I wanted to just make you aware that our team is meeting to talk about the concepts of the workshops that were raised at the last hearing. And so we will, it's on our list. We haven't forgotten about it. And we're going to be meeting with the chair to have some conversations with him about what we might be doing and how we can address some of the issues that have been raised by the commission. And there are items that I think that would be helpful in a workshop format. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Park.
Yeah, this is about the CCA appeal before the board. And there may be, in my mind, some connection between some of the conditions there and then the projects we'll be hearing later today. So my question to you is, did the board in any way change any of the conditions to that project?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, and I'm glad you asked that question because I did want to mention that the applicant and Mr. Shatillo negotiated some changes in the project description and the standard operating procedures of the odor abatement plan. And the applicant consented to doing VOC monitoring 2 out of the next 3 years along the property line. So that's a change in the project description. So I don't know what technology they're going to use for the monitoring, but they will be doing monitoring that will take into account the weather conditions. So they can determine if the odors are leaving their site. They also have in their standard operating procedures what they'd already agreed to, which was the BACT analysis. At the time, they had a second confirmed complaint. And there are a variety of things they will be doing in that BACT analysis that were not previously included, with the goal of trying to keep odors contained within the premise. It's a goal. It's not something that anybody can guarantee with an outdoor grow or even with an indoor grow, as we have discovered the way our facilities are operating currently. But they are working with the coalition to see what they can do to achieve that to the greatest degree possible. So the board agreed with those 2 changes and they were approved as part of the project overall. Any other questions?
Thank you. That's really useful information for the future.
Yes.
That's good. But I do have a follow-up.
Mhm.
The particular thing I was thinking about is my recollection is that on that project, there's sort of some trimming as they harvest. And Commissioner Fernie was with me when we were visiting, and I think that's kind of what we saw. And then the product goes into this cryo freezer and it's frozen. It's flash frozen. And it occurs inside a building, and the building was semi-enclosed. And my recollection is that was treated as a form of processing, and CCA was required to fully enclose the building and do the scrubbers and the whole thing. So I'm just wondering if that was changed at all by the board or by the deal with Mr. Chitillo and his clients.
Mr. Chair,
Does
Commissioner
that make
Park.
sense?
Yeah, I understand the question. They did not change that. So that remains.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, Director Plowman. We'll keep moving here.
Sounds
then.
good.
And all right, so now we will move to the consent agenda items. Item 9C1, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe that the project planner is attending via Zoom if there are any questions for her, Ms. Reese. The following is request by Donna Lockhart, Housing and Community Development, and Robert Uli, County Architect, consider case number 21 GOV4 for California Government Code 65402A determination that the project conforms to the County of Santa Barbara Comprehensive Plan. And the project includes proposed installation of up to 20 pallet shelters on county-owned property located at 2025 Swinney Road in Lompoc.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, do you have any public comment on this item?
Mr. Chair, no.
Okay, very good. Fellow commissioners, does anybody wish to pull this off of the consent agenda? Commissioner Bradley?
I hope this doesn't require it to be pulled off. I just had a really quick question, only because Director Plowman.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I just want to go back. Actually, I'm looking at our report here. we do have someone who, I'm looking at the description, we do have one public speaker. Just the item number on the report is incorrect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
You want to take that, Mr. Chair?
Or if you want to continue on with your question, and then I'll jump back over.
Okay, I will be really brief, just because Director Plowman brought it up. So you talked about the pallet housing in Isla Vista in your report, and I think I caught that in this 65402 memo. Are those pallets like going to move around the county as emergency housing wherever the need is greatest? Frankly, it's kind of like an art installation. So just a question about that for this case.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bridley, actually, the IV pallets that were operational during COVID are the same pallets that are going to be moved to Lompoc. But their General Services and CSD are planning to keep those in Lompoc for an extended period of time.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I'll go ahead and just pull it off the agenda if you want. If you can have public comment, then I have a couple comments about it myself.
Okay, but you don't want to pull it, do you?
Yeah,
you
I
just
do.
want to comment?
No, I want to pull it because I
You
want
want to pull it?
I want to talk. Yeah, because I happened to watch a YouTube video, or I'm not sure where I saw it, but this is also a solution for homeless, for veterans, for other things, and I'm surprised that we didn't see more information about this project, because I think it's not a short-term project. From what I understood and watching on the other videos, this is going to be a long-term solution. I mean, I think it's pretty kind of interesting that rather than going and trying to do a hotel project that's $500 or $500,000 a unit, these are relatively cheap. Move them around, put them where you need them, but they're relatively inexpensive. But I think it's something we should be looking at, not just, it's more than the COVID operation. This is going beyond that. So I'm not saying that I want to disapprove or not approve this today, but it wouldn't bother me if we had some more information at a later date, because I think we're going to see more of these. They seem to be a really cost-effective solution for housing for people that don't have housing. So.
Okay, so we'll pull it off the consent agenda. It'll now be on the regular agenda. We've already read it in. Does anybody have well, before we go there, Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Just in general, what is a pallet house? I mean, I know what a pallet is laying in the garage and piled up with junk, but how do you build a house out of pallets?
Well, actually, what it is, I'll help you there a little bit since I saw the clip. It's basically an 8x8. I think it's 64 square feet. It is a bedroom, like a single bed, a sink, and I can't remember if there's a toilet in there or not. But the reason they're called pallets is because you pick them up, move them around with a forklift. I mean, the bottom of this house is basically built like a pallet. So a forklift can go underneath it and they can put it on a truck and transport it around. But it's actually pretty neat. I mean, it's nice, safe, warm, lockable. So it's, that's why I think we want to see a sample of it later on.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm hoping that as we open this up, staff will have some type of presentation they could provide to the commission today. Director Plowman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there might be some benefit in having CSD come and provides an informational briefing to the Planning Commission about this project. They are, just to provide a little bit more information. They do not have plumbing in them. So they really are just a dry space with a bed and just some personal space for people who have been suffering with homelessness, and other jurisdictions have been doing it. I saw a very interesting video that was prepared by the County of Sonoma. They have a village up there that's permanent. And so we will start seeing more and more solutions like this to help transition people into more permanent housing. So I'm glad Commissioner Blau stopped and made some remarks about it. But I don't know how much information staff has available today, but we could certainly have CSD provide some additional information on the types of projects that they're seeing for this type of emergency / transitional housing.
Commissioner Blau and Director Plowman, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but we have done presentations on the Pallet Village in Isla Vista. We do have PowerPoint slides. We were not prepared for today's meeting to do a presentation, but we can certainly come back at another time with a fuller presentation on what's being proposed and show some pictures of what it's looking like now in Isla Vista. It is a very innovative housing concept. And while we don't anticipate it being a permanent solution to homelessness, because obviously this is a bridge housing to permanent housing, but it may be a less expensive solution to providing emergency temporary housing because it does provide the private space, which is something that congregate shelter is not able to provide. And in the time of COVID, it was not recommended that people be grouped together in congregate housing. So the pallet houses, pallet units were a much more sanitary option. And so that's what's being proposed for the Bridge House site.
Commissioner Cooney, did you have additional?
I do, Mr. Chair, but I join the request that we get a bigger presentation, particularly if it looks like this will be used throughout the county in the future. I, for one, certainly need to know more about it. Thank you.
Okay. And so Ms. Lockhart and Mr. Wilson, what the commission is asking is if you would work together to agendize a presentation to the commission on the pallet housing. Can you guys work that out for us, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, two things for your consideration today. I think it'd be valuable to have a fuller presentation on what the pallet housing or these type of structures are and how they could be used throughout the county. However, there is a funding mechanism that's pending that needs to go to the board next week, and is dependent on this government code consistency. So if the commission wants a pictures or more information, we could just trail this item and have Ms. Lockhart show a PowerPoint or slides later on today. But my recommendation is to take action on the government code consistency today, as there are some funding mechanisms that are at play that we could lose if we don't take action on it in a timely manner. So that's my recommendation, is to actually get this item done today.
Well, I would move that action and then just get it on our agenda for a more thorough discussion.
And Chair and Commissioner Briley, I think that would be an option, is we could take action on the government code consistency today, and then I can work with Ms. Lockhart and her team to agendize a fuller discussion on just generally on what these houses look like and how they can be used. So that would be a good proposal.
Very good. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I don't want to hold this up because I know that there's a need to do it today, but my concern is that we're going to see more of these later on, because they were a pretty decent concept, to tell you the truth. And I have some concerns about how we're doing them, where we're locating, what they look like. And I do think the commission needs to look at them, weigh in, because you're going to see more of them in the future. That's my concern. So I'm not sure who, Ms. Bradley, did you make a motion to
Yeah.
approve it because you did all second it.
Just a reminder, we do have a public speaker for this item.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to the public comment now then.
So our public speaker is Mary Ellen Brooks.
Okay. Good morning. I just lost you. Hold on. Hold on. Do you see me, David? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, here is fine. Okay. Good morning. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks. I happened to see this on the agenda only this morning, so I'm not very prepared, and I didn't hear the earlier part of the conversation when this was first introduced because I wasn't home. I would just like to make a few points about the location and my concern, and it sounds like it goes beyond the scope of the Planning Commission. I know that you're doing land use only, but I live in the Lompoc Valley. I'm part of a group that we do roadside cleanup in front of the Sweeney Avenue area bridge house. If something like this is going to be approved, and I agree, I think it is a solution to a very serious problem that we have. But if we do not give the money for services for the clients that will come in, I think we're opening it up again to almost an unwieldy situation. The county and the city of Lompoc recently spent $1.5 million cleaning up the homeless encampments in the Santa Ynez River. When that was cleaned up and we watched this evolve, a new encampment was started and built right next to Bridge House. Bridge House is a wonderful facility. It has a lot of community support, but they only allow those who can pass the test to come in. And so you have kind of this fringe group. They're not eligible to stay at Bridge House for different reasons. And they came in and they built up another encampment. And we waited 2 years for the city, the county, and Caltrans to decide who's going to clean up this encampment. It just happened in the last month. And I have to say the community was very glad to see it. So my point is, you just can't do this in isolation. The county, and maybe there's some funding available. First of all, Bridge House, I believe, at least before COVID, the clients have to leave there at 8:00 in the morning. Will the people in the pallet houses also have to leave there? It's very, very sad to see families, people with strollers, children, crossing that Robinson Bridge at 7:30 in the morning. Many of the people who are Bridge House clients, again, this is pre-COVID, they had to go to the library. They have no place to go once they are removed from this facility. So if the pallets, again, are going to be the same, if there's no plumbing, I really hope that the county looks at this in a very broad manner. The clients have to have the services. The facility needs to be open 24/7. And it sounds like, from what I just heard at the tail end of your conversation, that you will look into this. And Ms. Lockhart, I think you would probably bring great and accurate information and up-to-date information, about, Bridge House facilities and how those living in the pallets would also be given these services so they can transition into permanent housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Mr. Villalobos, anyone else?
Mr. Chair, not on this item.
Okay. Well, I see we have a substantial staff available to us. I do have a question that Ms. Brooks asked, and one was about the hours, and the other question she had was about the sanitary service. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit, please? So we have Ms. Lockhart, we have Mr. Uli, and we have Ms. Reese. So who wants to go first?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So as far as the sanitary services go, the CSD is working with environmental health to get permanent facilities in place there. There's obviously an existing shelter there that has existing restrooms and sanitary facilities, but they need to upgrade the septic system to be able to use those. So they're working on various solutions with EHS now, and they would have temporary commercial facilities in place for the time being for up to a year until that's resolved. As far as the supportive services that are going to be provided for these folks and the hours, I would defer that question to Ms. Lockhart to answer.
So thank you, commissioners and Shannon. I did also want to include Kimberly Albers, who is the county's homeless assistance programs manager, who's also on the call. But I just would briefly say that, yes, we do plan to have supportive services available to those residing in the pallet shelters. I totally agree that this is not simply just housing without providing services. The whole program focus is to transition folks from the Bridge House into their own housing at some point. So there are case managers that are working with these families, connecting them with services, ensuring that they are able to access the resources they need to stabilize their living situation so that they are not permanently living at the Bridge House. Kim, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Thank you, Dinah. So I just was going to share that I don't know when the policy would have changed, but did want to respond that the Bridge House does not require guests to leave anymore early morning and stay out during the day. Certainly there isn't a restriction to stay in, but I do not believe that's any longer the case, that they're mandated to leave. In fact, during the pandemic, we were all encouraging everyone to stay put, 24/7. So definitely we'll circle back with them on, months from now, post-COVID, what that would look like. And again, just to echo that absolutely, I think one of the great things about Good Samaritan Shelter is that not only do they offer the shelter services, but those robust housing services to help navigate someone back to stability. So we're so glad that they're such a great partner. And one of the reasons that is such a great site, right? County owned, but also because we have an excellent provider.
Thank you, Ms. Albers. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Bradley, you had a motion on the table. You're muted.
Correct. My motion was just to support staff's recommendation to make the findings for the government code consistency case. And I still feel it's okay to do that today. Taking into account Ms. Brooks' testimony, however, I understand that grant funding is urgent, and so this is a good solution, and I actually rather trust county staff to manage it appropriately. From the research I've done, I think it's a great solution, and I'm thrilled to hear we will get some sort of a long-term explanation, or more robust explanation of how they work can be managed. So my motion stands.
And my second stands, and I'll just say one more little comment. Although we haven't seen one yet, because we're not going to see them, this SB 35 projects, I have seen a couple of them, and it's crazy. You basically have one bedroom and studio apartments. They're typically 300 units. They're 5 stories. And I don't know, but the prevailing wage to do the project because of the funding, the one I saw was $500,000 a unit. How in the hell that's affordable housing is way beyond me. But this is a much better solution. And as far as the Bridge House, I think actually my construction company has been involved in doing a lot of remodeling for that. And it is a great little project. But at any rate. So my second stands.
Okay. Any further discussion of the commission? Not seeing any, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Well, now we're on to our standard agenda. And we were going to discuss moving things around a bit. One of them, the first item was item 3. They're asking to remove that from today's agenda. Mr. Wilson?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. I recommend that we read item 3 which is now item 1, which is the G&K, the appeal of G&K Cannabis Processing Building. Read it in the record, and then I think there is a motion on the floor already that we did earlier, but I recommend that we read it in the record, and then if staff wants to talk about the continuance or the applicant or appellant, and then do public comment, and then come back for deliberations and the motion.
Okay, so we'll go through the full list on it then. Very, very good. Mr. Villalobos, would you please read item 3 into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Sarah Tragaro, appellant, to consider case number 20 APL 45, an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of case number 19 CUP 62, 20 AMD 3, and 19 CDP 157.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And then for site visits and ex parte, I have spoken with Aaron Weber, the applicant's agent, on a couple of different phone calls regarding this project. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to report that I had a telephone conversation with the appellant, Sarah Trugaro, and that was my only contact on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bradley?
Similar, I had a conversation, it might have been a text conversation with Ms. Weber and also with Ms. Trugaro.
Thank you. And Commissioner Blau?
Sorry, did put my hand down.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
I've had some communications, I think, phone and text or whatever, with Aaron Weber of the applicant's team to set up meetings and cancel them. So I've really had no substantive communications with anybody whatsoever about this project.
Okay, thank you. And staff, can we move to staff for their presentation, please? Ms. Laird?
Staff does not have a presentation today. We provided a memo to the commission that, in summary, basically just says the applicant and appellant have agreed to continue this item. The applicant is working to further refine project details related to odor data collection and outreach. Mr. Singer, if there is anything that I forgot to add, please feel free to jump in, but that about summarizes it.
Thank you, Ms. Laird. Mr. Singer?
I have nothing else to add. I think that was a good summary of
Very
this.
good, thank you. Okay, and then we'll go on to appellants and applicants if they'd like to say anything. Mr. Higgins, I see your hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jay Higgins, representing the applicant. Apologize to ask for the continuance. Your agendas are tricky enough, and so we appreciate the flexibility if you grant it today. We did reach out to the appellant, and so appreciate her cooperation. We are endeavoring to bring together excuse me, some additional details for our OAP, and that requires a little bit more research. And we want to bring together a project to the commission that doesn't have any possibility of any later changes to the project description, which is now becoming a pretty important component of these projects being heard and deliberated on in the public. And so we'd appreciate your flexibility for June 2nd.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Higgins. Does the appellant have anything they would like to add?
Just to echo what Jay said is, appreciate the flexibility of the commission, the appellant staff for moving this out a little bit. I think it'll allow us to make a better project in the presentation, which will hopefully address some of the concerns that we've heard from the commission on previous hearings and make for a better project for everyone involved. So thanks for your flexibility.
Ms. Triguero?
Hi, I'm fine with the continuance. That's completely all right.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mr. Chair, not for this item, no.
Okay, very good. And then we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Questions of Planning Commission, comments, motion? Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think there is a pending motion. I'll make it again if you'd rather, but there is a motion to approve the continuance to June 2nd.
And I seconded it.
Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Bradley, I think, and seconded by Commissioner Cooney. Is that right? Or Commissioner Blau, I'm sorry.
Cooney Blau.
All right, Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Gals. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wilson, we had spoke earlier about moving the Rainey as the next item. Is that still our plan?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think our plan today is to do the agenda in reverse order. So yeah, I think we can do item number 2 now, which is a Ramey recorded map modification. Staff is ready for that item, so I'd recommend that we do move forward with the Ramey recorded map modification now, and then we will just do the appeal of Canarios as the 3rd item.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Villalobos, could you read item 2 into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Robert Ramey, property owner, to consider case number 19RMM3, application filed on October 22nd, 2019, and to determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15270 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. I have no ex parte or site visits to report. Do any of my fellow commissioners have anything they would like to report?
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Bradley.
Sorry, I spent some time with the applicant and some months ago when it was first on the agenda, and I spoke briefly with Mark De La Garza yesterday, but almost in passing, so no other disclosures.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Okay, let's move on to the staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Willow Brown. I will be presenting the proposal for the Ramey recorded map modification.
Are we seeing her?
Not
just
yet.
Give us one moment. We're just trying to get the slides pulled up on the screen.
Thank you.
The project site is located at 820 Cathedral Vista Lane and the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. The applicant is proposing to strike condition 15 of the parcel map's conditions of approval, which is that no development shall be permitted outside of the building envelope unless it is for access and fencing. At the PC hearing of August 26, 2020, the Commission recommended that the applicant work with staff to identify information required for review of the project and return to the Commission with a biological report, slope stability analysis and slope map, and identification of easements on the property. This image shows the environmentally sensitive habitat and buffer area on the subject parcel. The biological report supports the need for restricting development to the building envelope, as there is environmentally sensitive habitat on the majority of the parcel, and the building envelope would ensure development occurs outside of these areas. This image on the left shows the cross-section where the slope stability analysis was done, and the image on the right shows the fill slopes that were analyzed. The slope stability analysis concluded that the fill slope is not stable as configured, and restricting development to the building envelope would ensure that development does not occur on the steeply sloped area with unstable fill slopes. This image shows the slopes present on the subject parcel. The existing sloped area outside of the building envelope has a maximum slope of approximately 77%. Pursuant to the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, any development on slopes greater than 30% shall not be allowed. The slope map shows that there are still steep slopes on the subject parcel, and restricting development to the building envelope would ensure development does not occur on these steep slopes. The circumstances under which the parcel map was created have not changed. The project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15270 of CEQA, projects which are disapproved. Staff's recommended actions have not changed since the August 26, 2020 hearing. Therefore, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for denial of the project, determine that denial of the project is exempt from CEQA, and deny the project. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions your commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Park.
I have some questions of staff. I spent a lot of time out on the site with Mr. Ramey, and then listened carefully to our kind of long substantive hearing we had there. I think Tess Harris was handling the case then, I think. And I've got to confess, my understanding of this matter is going backwards after reading the materials for today. So I just want to clarify some things. The slope stability analysis talks about an intention by Mr. Ramey to extend his yard out into the slope area somehow. And I don't see that intention communicated anywhere else, and I've never heard it from Mr. Ramey. Are you aware of some intention, some project to extend the building site out onto the slope area that's unstable?
Chair and Commissioner Park. So this application came in originally as a land use permit for development on the site as an LUP. And at that point, the planner had recognized that there was a parcel map with a development envelope on this property, and there was development being proposed outside of the envelope. And so it was flagged for the applicant to submit for a recorded map modification if they wanted to pursue that development. So before your commission is, it's a little tricky. It's really just looking at whether we can make the findings for the recorded map modification. But our understanding is that, yes, the applicant, it sounds like the applicant does have an interest in development on the parcel.
But is it development outside the building envelope, or is he actually extending some grading and building and so forth out into the slope area outside the building envelope?
Chair and Commissioners, my understanding is that there is some, and perhaps Mr. Ramey can elaborate, but my understanding was that there was some grading, drainage, perhaps some retaining walls, I'm not positive on that, that would extend outside of the development envelope. And because the language is fairly strict in the condition, that only would allow for driveway access and perimeter fencing or walls. And it specifically says that no development, including grading, shall be permitted. That grading that's proposed outside of the envelope is what flagged the recorded map modification to come in.
Okay. And the slope stability analysis, when it talks about fill 1 and fill 2, which are, they have a lot of, those particular fill areas have a lot of trash and they're unconsolidated and they're really not very appropriate fills. And the slope stability analysis makes that point. Is that the entire slope around the building envelope, or is that just in the east area that's so steep? Do you know?
Commissioner, through the chair, you can see the cross-section is taken from like the line where the cross-section is taken, and it starts at T1 and goes to T4, and then that's also shown on the right. So T1 is where fill 1 starts, and it goes to, so the building envelope starts at T3, and so that would be the area of the steeply sloped area with the unstable fills.
Just adding on, essentially the area that you see dashed on the screen. If we could get the screen back up in just a moment, but there's an area. Perfect. If you look on the right hand side, there's an area that's dashed in black. My understanding is that's kind of the area of unstable slope. So where you see T3, that's outside of the unstable slope. That's where we understand the development envelope to end. Development envelope is the flat portion, and then the site slopes pretty quickly down, and that's where you see unstable slopes.
Mr. Chair, does staff have a mouse available to trace what Ms. Harris just explained? I think that's very illuminating for all of us, because I think what she was saying is the T3 through T4 area was what she was referring to, and then maybe marry it to the cross sections on the aerial site plan.
I would like to support that request because, I feel like the emperor has no clothes, but I've stated for months, I can't actually see these slides in any detail. So it's just a blur, and you talk about T1 or T3 or a dotted line. All I see is a blur. It's just the way things look on this end. I don't think it's just me. So I kind of need a more verbal description, or like Commissioner Bradley said, trace.
Okay, so looks like if you can you see the red dot, Commissioner Park?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So let's go through that explanation one more time, if you could, Ms. Harris, or
Commissioner, through the chair, right here is the cross-section of the area that's shown on the right from this area right here. So you can see T1 is taken at this area, and then it goes down all the way to T4 here. And so that's what's shown here. So T1 would be here, and the area that Ms. Harris was talking about is this dashed area here.
So where is south on this schematic? Which direction is south?
I believe that it would just be the bottom would be south.
That's actually north.
I think it's actually this area always can be a little confusing, but the north part of the parcel, essentially, way farther out is the ocean. On the top part of that schematic. And then the Foothill Road area, you drive out, that's on the south side or on the bottom there. Does that help give some orientation? The site is essentially, the site is in a
No,
cul-de-sac.
So where's the slope on the diagram and where's the building envelope? I know from the site, it's a big flat area on top and then it slopes out towards the ocean and also off towards the east. So I'm just want to get oriented. Where's the building envelope and where's the slope?
So the building envelope is shown as this dashed line that goes around like this. And then
Got it.
the slope lines are shown here. So it's relatively flat
Okay.
in this
So-
area and then gets more steeply sloped as you go out.
So let me tell you what my understanding used to be and what I was told by Mr. Ramey is that he intended to build in the building envelope, but he intended to have some drainage structure to some degree in the slope area to deal with drainage from the building envelope. It appears when the slope stability analysis talks about how poor the fill is that's on the slope, that one would need to deal with that drainage. It's even more paramount, let's put it that way, to deal with that. And so having some development there in order to at least deal with drainage seems like something that would be useful, but it's now prohibited by this condition. Am I summarizing things in that simple way that's accurate, or do I have it wrong?
Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Park, I understand the summary there, and I think that is, the drainage was a concern of Mr. Ramey. Because the condition is written with such with the language that says no grading shall occur on the site unless it's within the building envelope, it would be staff's position that any drainage facility that would need to occur on the building envelope.
So if he wanted to do something on the slope to deal with the poor quality of the fill there that's proven by the slope stability analysis, this condition would bar that, wouldn't it?
Chair and Commissioners, it's staff's understanding that that's why the building envelope was put in place. There are unstable slopes on the property, there's environmentally sensitive habitat, and so our understanding is that no development, with the exception of access to the site, would be allowed outside of the building envelope, including grading.
And the ESH, it's not the whole slope, it's shown on the map as being in the southeast corner, right? Near this tributary to Cienegita Creek.
Commissioner, through the chair, yes, it's on the southern section. It's shown on the on this slope map up here. You can see the outlines of the trees. That's part of the coast live oak woodland, and then further up that's not shown is the Cienegita Creek with the buffer area.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks. If I have any further questions, I'll raise them later. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, my question is, and it's going to, not wanting to actually deliberate here, but if you could pull up the map that shows the slope, that shows the grading contours. My question is he asking to put any buildings outside of the building envelope, or is it just the drainage from the site now that we're going to be putting a house and asphalt and impervious materials on the top of the hill?
Chair and Commissioners, if you could just give us one moment, we're going to get the slide up again on the screen.
Great, thanks. There you go. So
Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Blau, that's correct. So you see the structure is within the building envelope. Where there was concern is the grading associated with the structure. And then I believe there's some elements that are still outside of that envelope. So perhaps it's drainage, and then I don't know if there's any other. It appears that's really the primary issue, but the grading associated with the residents is outside.
following Commissioner Park's questions, I'm not sure how I get the drainage to go down that hill without some kind of improvements. I mean, if the ground is unstable, and I now take what water concentration is going to be there from the house and the other asphalt around the house, where the hell's the water going to go? So the real question is he asking for any structures other than drainage to be outside the building envelope? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Ramey. So I'm interested to hear his comments, and I'll ask him the questions, and I'll probably get the answers I'm looking for.
Okay, well, we'll stay with staff questions right now. Commissioner Bradley, just change your mind? Okay. So it looks like for now we're okay with staff, and we can move on to Mr. Ramey then, who's been waiting patiently.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, and I'll try to make this no longer than necessary to the extent of my ability to do so. I have reviewed the staff report, and I have made comments to the various aspects of it, and I submitted that document titled Rebuttal to Staff Report for Case Number 19R Amendment 3. And I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I am going to hit a couple highlights, and I think that we'll be able to answer all your questions to your satisfaction. So as far as the biological report, there are a number of anomalies and problems with the report. I won't go into the detail, but the basic conclusion of the report that ESH considerations inhibit development is absolutely wrong, and that's verifiable by reading the biological report itself. And also, I brought with me today Mr. Mark de la Garza, who is the author of that report. And so he is available to answer any questions you might have about the staff report, part of the staff report which addresses this issue, and his own report, which conflicts with the staff report. So I will note also that the condition 15, which is really the subject of this hearing, in no way mentions any biological report or whatever. So the biological report was requested. I paid for it. I worked with staff to submit it. But in fact, I don't see that it's relevant in any way to hearing. Other people might disagree, and so there we have it. It's available, and the author is also available to answer any questions you have. So now let's go on to the next piece, which is, I see, consumed a lot of time, but I think that it'll be simpler than first meets the eye. I've been interested in that slope is kind of a concave slope. Also runs through that slope a ditch, not a drainage dish, but a ditch to carry water, which has been gathered on the roof of the structure, and to direct that water down towards the creek, which is the natural outfall. I've always had the ability to drain it to the other side of the property, the east side of the property, and after consultations with my neighbor, Teichman, I concluded that he was concerned that putting more water in this swale might cause him some issues on his property because the way that things were laid out. And but for me, I have actually no problem of directing it in the other direction. And in order to do that, it requires digging a trench, putting a drain, et cetera, et cetera. I brought I have really two interests in this northeast corner of the property that has this extra steep spot, and that is the fill is loose, as detailed in the the slope stability analysis, and there's an easy fix for that. It's done all the time, and it would also round out that slope a little bit to make the landscaping a little more aesthetic and practical, etc. It really has nothing to do with the building itself, and but it would require the remediation of this loose fill. Would require a grading permit, and the existence of this condition, the way it's phrased, would prohibit those who authorize the grading permit from permitting the remediation that that Mr. Kammer suggests in his report. So this is really an argument that this condition 15 doesn't belong there. And the building department or the planning and development department already has a very effective and well-tested mechanism for handling exactly these kinds of questions. And so to have this condition only things only is going to result in a more negative issue. So to summarize, we would like to remediate that area of the loose fill, and we would like to run the drainage through there. The county grading code does not specifies explicitly that trenches run through the trenches for utilities and drainage and things like that, as long as they're not over a certain amount of yardage of dirt moved, do not qualify as grading. So in fact, there is no obstacle for us to put that to unload the water that accumulates on the flat part of the property down towards the creek. So the only thing we really need is the elimination of condition 15, and then we would be good to go, and it would be approved by the county through the normal grading permit process, and that would be fine. And we don't see any value in the Planning Commission immersing itself in this level of minutia. And we have for, and also you people and myself, we have also other things to do, and we're not the best at it. The reports are very technical. I brought as a guest Mr. John Kammer, who is a California certified professional engineer, geotechnical engineer. He is the author of the report, and he is available here to answer any questions you might have. So let's go on to the third section, which is the slope map. The slope map is included as part of the submission we made to the to Ms. Brown at the Planning and Development. All the submissions we made, they took some time to prepare, but we tried our best to fulfill their requests and their requirements. We delivered their submissions and reports. They were accepted without reservation. And so the only one that we have left to discuss is the slope map. The only question about the slope map arises in places that are actually graded. Most of the property is not graded, and therefore the issues of the slope, according to the ordinance, are not addressed. One is not required to the ordinance, the grading ordinance plus the Goleta Valley addendum to it really addresses how much slope you're going to leave when you're done with the grading. And for now, that the only little bit of grading that our grading plan specifies is a small bit of fill on the western edge of the property. The engineer and that's part of what we submitted. The engineer who specified the final slope, he actually specified the maximum slope. And the real slope we expect is much, much smaller. And also, he wasn't aware that the property was in the Goleta Valley development zone, and that the maximum slope in the county is permitted to be 50%, and the maximum slope in the eastern Goleta Valley area is permitted to be 30%. Had he been aware of that, then he would have specified the maximum slope is 3.33 to 1 rather than the 2 to 1 that he actually specified. So the allegation that we are specifying a grading which results in a slope which is larger than the county permits is false, and it's, I think, due to a little misunderstanding in the writing of the legend on that. So if you have questions about that and the grading plan and also the things like that are somewhat related, like stormwater, the stormwater removal, I brought along as a guest Mr. Jason Gotsis, who is the principal person here in Santa Barbara for Ashley and Vance, who is also a California certified professional civil engineer. So I think that will be able to give you the information that you need, that you were requesting before. So the staff analysis and recommendations, I'm not going to read them here. I rebutted them, each one of them. They're really based on a total misunderstanding of what we're dealing with here. And of course, I alluded to that before and above. I'm not going to beat that horse to death. So from my perspective, the only real question is, does Decision 15 need to go? Well, it's inhibiting this remediation we want to do. It does nothing that the planning department can't already do through its permit process and everything else. It's overly broad. It really almost wouldn't permit any landscaping on any part of the property. It's ambiguous. The county has a grading ordinance. The Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan adds some more constraints, and it adds another layer of constraints on top of those two layers, and creating the kind of confusion that has spawned this year and a half of meetings and reports for no good reason. It's been presented, this condition, when it was presented originally, was presented with absolutely no supporting findings. The Planning Commission rules actually specify that any kind of condition should be accompanied by findings, and this was not the case. There were some studies done, but they were included, and in fact, they've been lost to history now. It makes trying to work within that constraint with all its problems adds a lot of unnecessary cost to the project, and as we've seen, a lot of wasted time. So I'm going to urge the planning commissioners to take my application and accept it and vote to eliminate to strike out condition 15 from the development conditions. So I'm ready, and my team is also ready to answer any questions you may have. I hope I didn't take too long.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramey. Commissioner Park?
Well, I'm trying to make this more simple in my mind, and I appreciate if that last slide would come back up, the slope map.
Well, I think the last slide, well, go ahead, let me see it.
That slope map. And there you go. One of my frustrations with these maps in general.
May I say one thing here? This is not a slope map. No. That's a serious issue. The slope map is submitted as part of the civil plans at the request for a reason which I do not know. They included the wrong map and called it the slope map. This map, this schematic, does not show the slope. It shows the topography, but it doesn't show the slope over different parts of the area. And so this particular thing is absolutely useless to discuss about the issues related to the slope map.
Well, still, I'm going to ask some questions based on it. I don't think it's so useless. Like I was saying, one of my frustrations in looking at these is the directional orientation seems to change almost randomly. And if I understand the project now, north on this map is over to the left, and south is to the right. East is to the top, and west is to the bottom, which is different from the slide that was before it.
Yeah, and that's
Whatever.
actually excuse me. Let me explain that 1 second. Actually, the geotechnical engineer worked on his scheme, and the rest of us were working on another one, and we didn't quite. Technically, it's fine, but you're right. One of them is rotated, and it is a little confusing. So go ahead.
Okay, so this is an important question to me because I think folks have been seeing this as a are we accommodating you or not in some way? So it's kind of like you against the county. I'm really oversimplifying, and I'm sorry about that, but that's what I think people are seeing it. Now I am just now in my slow mind discerning a public interest that I'm concerned about that doesn't even involve you, and that is if you build up there. And you have buildings, and you have rooftop drainage, and you have pavement and other flat work, and there's drainage off that. And it spills off onto the slope. And you're not allowed to have any drainage structure whatsoever. Culverts, collection basins, concrete collection ditches, things that move the drainage over to that Cienegita's Creek tributary. It would seem to me that the unconsolidated fill that we're worried about on the slope analysis and the water and things, they're going to go downstream, and they're going to go downstream to your neighbors. Do you have neighbors that would now be the recipients of whatever comes off the slope, whether it's mudslides or excessive water and so forth? Can you elaborate on how you're laid out with relation to other property owners?
I can elaborate on that. And we have prepared, it's never been requested, but we do have prepared a stormwater management plan, which is required as part of getting a grading permit and getting the project approval. And it addresses, it's been designed in order to minimize the impact on neighborhood properties. And that's its whole purpose, and we've fulfilled that purpose with this plan. Now, we did have a couple options on doing this. If you look at the bottom of your drawing here, the water comes down the road, and it runs along along the bottom edge of the property line, or the western edge of the property, and then it keeps going onto a neighbor's property. And this is going back, I don't know, 100 years or whatever. And then it eventually works its way around. And you can see the topography is sort of like a little hill. It eventually works its way around and down into Cienegita's Creek. And we could do that. I think that, but as I say, in order to address the concerns of my neighbor who lives beyond the western edge of the property, it was easy for me. Oh, and by the way, there's another neighbor down here on the southern end of the property who also expressed concern about this building perhaps generating more water going down. Now, the edge, Cienegita's Creek, is just beyond the upper right-hand corner of your map here, or a little bit beyond that. So my view was, and the Ashland Advanced Engineers concurred with me, that a good way to do this, or a better way than the way that all the other houses have been done, would be to capture the water and run and heat. And they've drawn this little on your map. They've drawn this little drainage thing and a little box that collects its stuff down there and then sends it on. And this eventually would go along and head towards the upper right-hand corner here, and that's right into Cienegita's Creek. So the actual destination of any water collected off the roof of this structure doesn't change from the other way that we might have considered doing it, but it does keep that water off of neighbors' properties, and that's something which I think that, I hope that the neighbors appreciate. And it is a little bit more expensive, but it's not so much that it's not worth doing. So in order to do this, unfortunately, as you mentioned, the upper left corner of this map, that the fill in that area, I can see where it's kind of a concave area that has some loose fill, and really this would not be a bad idea to remediate regardless. Condition 15 would prohibit us from doing that, but in fact, it would be a good thing to do.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bridley.
No. Well, actually, I had questions for Mr. Ramey's consultant team, if they're there.
Excuse me, are you talking to me?
For your consultants, if Mr. Gotsis is there?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Gotsis. So you didn't actually create the slope map, right? But did you look at the drainage improvements necessary for this footprint that Mr. Ramey is proposing?
Yes, we did.
So what, I guess it's not a land use permit appeal for the house, but we're getting there. Explain to me how the drainage functions on this kind of a site plan, so close to the creek. If we know that the creek really isn't a place where the county building department's going to want to have drainage infrastructure.
So right now, this is a preliminary grading and drainage plan. So the main point is to show that we're going to control drainage without having it run down the existing slope. So we do that with that one catch basin and point of discharge off to the east or the top of the map. Or the top of the drawing, or convey it to there's an existing drainage swale along the westerly property. So those would be the two main points of draining it, so it would not run down that existing slope.
So you got a catch basin halfway down the slope into Santa Geddes Creek. Am I reading that correctly?
No, that's the discharge point with just a placeholder for riprap, so we could mitigate any erosion, fan out the drainage onto that benched area that's kind of above the way the creek is. There's another drop down to the flow line beyond that.
Okay, and then the other solution is on this exhibit, the left side of the structure as it sits, which would actually be the kind of the southwest, right?
That's the west. The north runs to the left. Okay. So it would that swale you can make out along the westerly side is draining due south.
Okay.
So just to reiterate, because I know
you know what? I'm sorry, Mr. Ramey. I really want to have conversations with Mr. Gotsis, because we've heard your points a couple times. So, and then the second thing, Mr. Gotsis, is what about structural footings for this structure? I'm not even clear because I couldn't look at the plans in detail. What is the element that's along the creek? Is that the dark shaded element?
Along the creek.
It's like separated from the structure. Is it a walkway or what is that?
Oh, is it? You mean to the right side of it?
Yeah.
Those dark rectangles. Those are paver walking stones.
Okay.
Paving path.
So your grading and your structural support would look like what is holding this structure in place with that loose fill that's
the structure.
I mean, the loose fill is underneath this structure. If I took the cross section of the slope stability figure and put it underneath here, right?
So we haven't got into the structural design of this yet. I don't think a structural engineer, as far as I know, has not been brought on to look at it. But yeah, whether it's, I probably would defer to Mr. Cameron as far as if there has been any foundation investigation done yet.
Okay.
But yeah, that would just be addressed, whether traditional spread footing or a grading caisson.
We do have a soils report that makes suggestions about the foundation. No one's had a need for it yet, but we have that in our collection.
It will be needed. Is Mr. Cameron available then? I'm going to pick up with where Mr. Gotsis left off.
Yes, John Cameron is here.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. So so getting to my question is, I think we've had a couple points of information, and the cross section. You were responsible for the figure that had the slope analysis and the cross section figure, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that tells me that the area that is loose fill is actually under a section of the structure. So what is the solution for this thing? Where is it? Where he wants it?
I want to clarify something. I am an engineering geologist, not a civil engineer. That's a very important point there.
Okay.
So I am not the person who created the soils engineering report for the foundation design. But it's a shallow slope failure. It can be mitigated with caissons or grading as its basic grading concepts during site development.
Okay, and so do you have any opinion about what has caused this fill? I mean, is this just the soil, the underlying soil related to the creek and where it is, or has this been cut out by the creek, or is this loose fill that was imported from some other, I mean, can you tell?
Yeah, so I found bottles and cans in the fill, so it's just been pushed off, and who knows. They were fairly old material judging by the characteristics of the detritus, the trash that was in the fill. That's why I label it fill. There was a couple different types of fill, judging from the components within the fill. That's why I had the fill 1, fill 2, and then the colluvium, which is a surface soil.
Okay. All right, that helps a lot with questions. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, this is getting real easy for me. It looks to me like condition 15 is kind of a standard condition when we have building envelopes and properties with slope. And I don't think at the time that condition was created that there was any consideration given to the drainage issues going from the flat area down to the creek. I'm not interested in sitting here today to tell you the truth and learning how to be a geologist or an engineer. I think the problem here is that when this project was approved, we got kind of a standard condition and no one thought through what it was going to do to take the water from the top of this hill to the bottom of the creek. What Mr. Ramey is asking to do is to allow him to hire his professional engineers and other people to properly transport the water down to the creek. I got no problem with it. And I understand why staff said no. I think that the planning staff does not have the ability to approve this project, given the way the condition is written. That's why Mr. Ramey is here, is to get the condition, which was inappropriately put on the property, removed. I think if there was, it's like if the condition had read, it's okay for fences and access and drainage facilities, he wouldn't have a problem. We wouldn't be here today. So I'm curious to hear from any of his engineers or his other support people if I'm wrong about that.
Okay. Are we in deliberations now?
That was a question.
Okay.
The question was, is there any reason that this, from his professional engineers, that condition should have been there or should have been allowed to have an exception for drainage so it can be properly built? I mean, I'm a builder and I build this kind of stuff, but I don't build. I hire engineering contractors to put those kind of facilities in for me. And so I'm asking his engineers, is what he's asking for reasonable and ordinary? And we're just asking him to modify the condition to allow him to do it correctly.
So, Mr. Ramey, do you have one of your engineers there that can answer Commissioner Blau's question?
Well, I think.
No, he wants, Mr. Ramey, he wants one of the engineers. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Somebody licensed by the state of California.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got confused. I thought you wanted me to designate which one.
Do you have one?
Well, I think the appropriate person is Mr. Kammer, who is the one who made the slope stability analysis and has also recommended the remediation. And I think from the
okay, so is Mr. Kammer available, Mr. Ramey?
This is John Kammer. I'm here.
Okay. Can you answer Commissioner Blau's question?
Yes, I see no problems at all with the reasonable or ordinary grading practices to allow that drainage to go down the hillside as it shows on the map.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blau, did you have a follow-up to that?
No, that answers it. I mean, basically what you have is, you just heard the engineer, that's the proper way to build it. The problem we have is the planning department has this condition that doesn't allow any grading to occur on the slope. It needs to occur. That's the problem.
Okay.
It should have read, you could go on the slope for driveways, for fences, and for necessary drainage devices. It's just missing a sentence.
Okay. Commissioner Bradley?
Are we in deliberations yet, or is everyone done with their questions? I don't know. Because we can go right to.
No, we're not in deliberations yet. Okay.
Okay, I have no further questions then. I'd like to address Mr. Blau's, Commissioner Blau's comments when we were there.
Okay, very good. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, we do, in fact.
Very good. Why don't we go to public comment now?
Our first public speaker is Erwin Teichman. I see you have 2 logins, Mr. Teichman. If you are on using your phone for audio, you might have to hit *6. Can you hear us, sir?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead whenever you're ready. I think you muted yourself again. And for the Planning Commission.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Ramey's concern about a negative water flow on the eastern side of this property. I am the neighbor on the western side of the property. I'm more concerned about water flow towards my property. Mitigation on the eastern slope may help my property. In that case, I'm in favor of this project, of him expanding his footprint. However, I don't see so far how its water flow towards my property will be mitigated from what he's planning to do with the I guess I'm not following all of the engineering, but from the construction he wants to do on the eastern side of the property. So what happens is water flows through down towards my property. Even though it's supposed to go towards the creek, Singitas Creek, it tends to flow towards my property, which is on the western slope. Now, stuff going off the top of his house, which he's addressed, yes, that will go towards the eastern side, towards where it's very steep. It's not quite as steep towards my property. However, water flows generally, and I had a bunch of photographs I sent to Mr. Villalobos, but unfortunately it was a PowerPoint presentation that he could not open. So I would have, at this point, shown you some pictures of how the water flow approaches my property, which is on the bottom corner of this drawing that you have up right now. I am concerned about the water flow towards that direction. Water flow is supposed to go towards the creek. However, it seems to be taking a roundabout way because Mr. Ramey put in a turnaround, which is the area to the left of the building site. And together with the turnaround and we have a long lane, which the turnaround connects to towards the left. All of that water flows from the lane and from his turnaround and from his property towards my property, which is on the west side of this configuration. I'm concerned about water flow towards my home. I would approve his plan to mitigate drainage if he also addressed drainage towards my property on the west side. He claims I shouldn't worry. I've had an engineer look at it and said there are some concerns about a worry, and especially to the left of the turnaround zone where you see sort of a topographic downflow towards the turnaround zone. Anyway, I got a late notice about this, and I haven't really adequately prepared. So I'm just saying that I would be in favor of him mitigating drainage on this property, especially if he's allowed to push this property somewhat away from my home, because as there is a drainage area that's only about 10 feet wide, well, including the setback, it's probably 20 feet wide, but it's only 10 feet wide by my home, coming down the lane from his property, from the turnaround. All of that goes right through in front of my property. I was so worried about this, I just put in a whole new cement driveway with a larger speed bump, with a larger slope away from my property, because I have pictures showing that the water accumulates toward my home on the west. And he doesn't seem to be concerned about that. He's only concerned about adding something up on the eastern side. And any discussion with him doesn't seem to go anywhere. I wanted to put in fact, I have drawings that I also have in the PowerPoint presentation of a wall that I wanted to put in that I was hoping he would cooperate with to keep water from flowing into my property. Right now, I just couldn't wait any longer to find out whether he was going to help me with this. So I just completed a 3,500 square foot cement driveway at quite a cost, and changed the slope away from my front door. That's how concerned I was about this water flow. So anyway, not to elaborate anymore, without my pictures, it doesn't hold water as well. But I wish he were addressing water flow towards the west side. And in order to do that, his revised home plan pushed the whole property towards my home, and allowing a green area right in front of his home. So he has a nice open green area. However, together with the planting that he has in store for me, and in terms of the building being about close to 15 feet in height right in front of my front door, my view is getting blocked. The horticulture he's planting can grow to excess of 15 to 20 feet. That's going to also block my view. Then he's pushing the house towards the drainage that is the only drainage we have towards Ciennegas Creek. So anyway, long and short, it'd be nice if that were addressed as well. And I'm sorry I don't have my pictures. The PowerPoint is not opening according to Mr. Villalobos.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Teichman.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, are there any more public speakers?
Mr. Chair, not for this item, no.
Not for this item. Okay. All right, very good. So we can go back to the applicant. Did you have any rebuttal testimony, Mr. Rainey?
I just have really one short comment. I think that there was on looking at this map, there was a little bit of confusion on the upper left-hand corner of this map where this drainage little gizmo is. This is the area which was the subject of the slope stability analysis. And somebody asked a question which suggested to me that they were thinking that this area, which is subject to the slope stability analysis, was under the structure, or some structure was built on top of that. As you can see by looking at this map, the upper left-hand corner is not developed. It's just a slope, and that's pretty much all there is. There's nothing anticipated building on it. I would like to do some landscaping on that, but other than that, it doesn't interact with any other development aspect of the property. The building itself is built on rock solid clay soil and filled with boulders. And if anybody's interested, we can provide the soils report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rainey. Does staff have anything they'd like to add?
Thank you, commissioners. I think staff would just like to reiterate that the decision we made recommending denial was based on a number of issues, but the building envelope was put in by the commission, the building envelope condition of approval, and it was put in place to ensure that any project that would go on this property would meet certain policies from the community plan, and that includes development on slopes over 20%, and that includes compliance with ESH policies. The bio report that the applicant submitted confirmed that there were ESH on this property, and so that is the foundation for staff's decision. There is proposals for more work than just drainage. It looks like there's some structural parts of the proposed project that would go into the envelope, some grading, and so it is not simply just a drainage issue, and I think staff would just like to call those things out. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Commissioner Bradley? Please unmute.
Nothing. I'm just ready to go to deliberations.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's go ahead. Oh, Commissioner Parks?
I have a couple of questions of staff, but I have a question of you first, Chair Farini. Is it possible we could take a little biological break before we go further?
That's fine. Would 10 minutes work, Commissioner Park?
It would.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break then.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, it looks like we're back online here. Commissioner Park, did you have something?
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to start again.
Yes, I do. And I have three focused questions that I think will help actually speed up deliberations if we get on the same page on factual understanding. The first two questions are for staff. The third one might be for county council. If we could pull up the slope map again. Okay, on the slope map is a diagonal line that starts at the center bottom and it trends to the right, the center of the right edge of the map. I hope that staff, you can understand which line I'm referring to. And is that not, in fact, the cross-section line for the cross-section on the slope stability analysis? Isn't that the same line?
Commissioner, through the chair, this slide is actually oriented different than the other one. It just came straight out of the report, but the cross-section is actually in this area. The line isn't shown on this map. It was in the other report.
Okay, all right. If, regardless of what we do with condition 15, if Mr. Well, if anyone, any property owner that owns the property comes in with plans for actual building and associated improvements, it will have to receive other permits, including permits from the building department. At that time, there will be an analysis of what's an appropriate foundation, what's appropriate drainage, all those things that get analyzed. Isn't that correct?
Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. And then the ESH and ESH buffer would also be looked at that time.
Right. So if we were to approve this project today, approve this modification of 15, or even if we didn't, we're not being asked to approve the house plans or whether there's caissons or raised footings or whatever for the foundation. That's not before us today, right?
Chair and Commissioners, that's correct. So if you wanted to approve the recorded map modification, then today we would be discussing findings for approval. But the land use permit for the structure and development is a separate action under the director.
Right. So I'm not going to worry about whether there's caissons and whatnot. I think they're all very good questions, but I don't want to address that today. But my last question is, as I understand it, this project is to delete 15, condition 15. What I want to know is, do we have the discretion today to modify condition number 15, not to delete it, but to do something just as Commissioner Blau suggested and add the words "in any necessary or appropriate drainage improvements," something like that? And if we did have that, then I might be interested in actually continuing this matter with instructions to staff to prepare something. But I want to know if that's within our discretion for this requested action.
Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Park, yes, that's correct. Our understanding is that you could modify the condition, again, just making the appropriate findings. The request that staff received was to remove the condition entirely. And so, perhaps the applicant should weigh in on whether they would be amenable to a modification as well.
Well, I think that's a good point, but I think more important is whether my fellow planning commissioners are amenable to anything like that, and that's where we get into deliberations. But at least this is not a binary thing where either we leave it exactly as it is or we delete it. We could, in fact, modify it. And thank you for your answer to that question. And so I'm done with my questions for now. Thank you, Chairman Farini.
Okay, thank you. Now let's move on to deliberations, and Chair Bradley is going to start us off. Or not Chair, past Chair Bradley, who's muted. There you go.
Commissioner Bradley. Okay, so I'm going to follow the pattern, which is, and I have a sense of where everybody is, but I have I do have concerns about actually dropping the condition entirely. I wasn't on the planning commission when this was adopted. I understand in talking to Cecilia Brown when I got on the commission that sometimes when parcel maps come in, the applicant doesn't do the full engineering analysis like what has had to happen now when someone is looking for a land use permit. And so sometimes the commission has to have more general conditions, understanding that future. So I am really interested in how the rest of the commission is looking at this, because right now I am not convinced to go against staff's recommendation, but I'd really like to hear everyone's issue, because frankly, another solution is if you had a slightly different site plan and a smaller house that isn't right up against that kind of a slope. And I think of the kinds of properties I've been on Mission Canyon and along, 192 and things that were all taken out by the debris flow. And that kind of makes me nervous, even with a bunch of engineering to try to stabilize it. So let me hear what you all have to say, please.
Commissioner Lau.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any requests for him to build any structures outside of the original building envelope. And even if my next question would be, how much are you encroaching in a foot? But for my sake for this map and for what staff has presented, that's not the issue here. The issue here is really just one of drainage. So I'm agreeing with Commissioner Park to just simply modify the condition to allow him to do the drainage devices he needs. And maybe even modified a little more was to say that if he disturbs any of the ESHA or he has to revegetate it, rebuild it, replace it so that it's there. And I get it. I mean, to put a channel in there with even a pipe or a rock or riprap would not be a common concern about the water flowing in his property. As a civil matter, you're not allowed to modify drainage or increase the drainage on your neighbor's property. It has to go the historical flow. So I would hope that Mr. Ramey would be very careful in making sure that that does not occur on Mr. Tishman's property. But I'm also very confident that the building department, through their plan check process, will ensure that the grading is designed such that it doesn't occur. But I'm prepared to make that modification.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel differently, I think, than the rest of the commission. I, from the beginning, have had a negative reaction to input from the applicant, who has minimized entirely the work he intends to do and not addressed other than to just deny that the staff report has any, and previous staff reports have any value to them. As a member of the commission for a long time, I can think of very few, less than 2 or 3 situations where we have added the condition at question here of limiting development to the development envelope, where someone's come in and asked to have it removed. I don't have a good feeling that this applicant is simply trying to solve a drainage problem. I think he has lots of plans for the property, and this condition 15's been in his way. So until we see a project application that addresses a modified condition 15, which is very narrow and talks about specific drainage areas that have to be approved by the appropriate county departments, I'm going to vote against any removal of condition 15.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Well, I think that paves the way for coming up with the modifications to 15 that I believe Commissioner Park was talking about. Commissioner Park, your hand's still up. Are you
Well, I raised my hand, so yeah, I would.
Okay,
I would like
very good.
Just to add in, I'm not going to support modifications to condition 15. I would actually make, in fact, I'll just do it now. I'll make a motion to support staff's recommendation and deny the request to remove condition 15. That'll be my motion for now to get the moving discussion along.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I can't support that motion. I wouldn't support that motion, and I wouldn't support a motion to delete it. I think that condition 15 serves an important purpose, and it is a standard condition, and it should be. And it's kind of an obvious purpose. If you have a building envelope, well, then we're not going to allow development outside of it. That being said, there are practical reasons to have some development outside of it. I would actually be concerned, were I county council, that a younger version of me that was more creative and energetic might argue that if you have a building envelope where you allow construction, but as a practical matter, you deny any way to drain it or otherwise, you are in a sense removing a reasonable development of the lot, and that's inverse condemnation. And whether that's a good argument or not, it's a practical point here that to reasonably develop this site will take some drainage and some things. So no, I don't want to delete 15 in its entirety. I think that would be overkill. I think that we can't anything at all occur in that non-building up area is also unreasonable. And one thing that illustrates a driveway to have in there, but it doesn't allow drainage improvements that would benefit the whole neighborhood, including the Tishmans to the west and others. So I think we should modify number 15. And I don't know the procedure for that. I can see the point that if we had a better idea of what the applicant was really going to do, then it would be easier to have a more precise modification of condition 15. On the other hand, we can't micromanage everything, and it's going to be up to the applicant to bring specific plans and the building department to get into it on all those things. Maybe that's the time to modify condition 15. Maybe now is. I don't really know, but I'm ready to modify it today if we can have the appropriate language. So that's where I'm coming from. I will not vote for the motion as made, and I also won't vote to delete it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make a couple comments. It doesn't seem to me that putting in drainage is really development. I see, or building. I don't see that as building. I see it as just an accessory that's necessary, for the safety of the community. I have this magic desk, and it seems that these items pop up here, and the one that came up is the accessory dwelling unit handbook that we got in December of 2020. And it says California's housing production is not keeping pace with demand. In the last decade, less than half the homes needed to keep up with the population growth were built. So that kind of stuck with me. We're built, right? And we have an applicant here who wants to build a home. I'd like us to find a way to get that done. He's been at it a while. I kind of agree with all the commissioners, and I think we're close to an agreement. We want to keep 15, and I think we all want to see a project. So with that, Commissioner Blau, your hand's back up, I think.
Yeah, I think this is a really easy one. I don't think this needs to be continued in order to make the change. I think we would just like to trail this to after the Maldonado hearing and just have staff modify the language such that they can put in the drainage devices as approved by the building department. And if you want some other language in there that talks about repairing the ESHA or any damage that occurs as a result of that, I'm good with that too. But I think it's a really pretty easy thing. I would like to hear from Mr. Ramey before we vote on the motion to see if that's going to work for him.
Can I interject something here? Okay, I guess not. Go ahead.
I was just going to say we have a motion and a second to deny the appeal, correct, Commissioner Briley?
Correct.
Okay, and so I think
Chair and
we
Commissioners,
should,
just for clarification.
To deny the recorded map modification. Thank you, Ms. Harris, for that clarification.
Yes,
And
time to vote. Yep.
yeah, so I think we'll vote on that and see how that goes.
Commissioner Cooney. Aye.
aye.
Commissioner Park.
No.
Commissioner Blau.
No.
Chair Farini.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
So if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and make the motion to modify condition 15 such that to allow for drainage devices to be installed in the area and to repair any damage to the ESHA as a result of it.
And Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, so I understand the desire, again, to get this done today. However, we need to actually continue this. There aren't findings for approval on this. And I think as Deputy Director Seawards indicated, there's other items that need to be considered other than this drainage in regards to ash and slope. So my suggestion, recommendation is we actually need to continue this and provide direction to staff to come back with findings for approval and the exact wording on the modified conditions, number 15. And we also need to evaluate that if the modification can still be found consistent with the policies that are at play as well. So that's my recommendation, because we also need CEQA findings. So we don't, the Planning Commission doesn't have the necessary information today to make findings for approval or a modification today.
So how long do you need to make those changes, do you think, Mr. Wilson?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, I look to Deputy Director Seawards and his staff. I think we're looking at a June 2nd date in order to meet the requirements for that.
Great, then I'll change my motion to go do a continuation for June the 2nd. With instructions to come back with findings for approval.
Okay.
And can I just
Commissioner Briley.
Can I just add on one thing before we leave the topic, because I'm anxious to do that too, is I want us to think about how these things are put on maps. And even if this is a parcel map, it could actually affect things like the Orchid Golf Course or, Quayside 3 and 21, right? So when there are conditions on those maps, like you can't build outside of the envelope and we could do the best we can without all the technical reports for constructing, we're relying that building envelope is going to stay, just as the Planning Commission did with this case. It kind of goes back to what Commissioner Cooney says. So I have no personal issue about losing the vote on this. I'm really concerned about the precedent it sets for what does the value of a recorded map condition mean. And we have seen cases where that comes up in the 1st district, the 2nd district. I know we're going to see them. I'm going to see them personally in all the other districts. So just to make that one last pitch or consideration before we come back with the revised findings and a motion that isn't probably something I can support. Well, maybe we'll see.
Let me just respond to that. It's just like the condition allows for roadways, it allows for fencing, it didn't allow for drainage, and I think that was a mistake when that condition was placed on there to begin with. And I'm really adamant when I try and read the conditions of approval very carefully, because I don't want conditions in it that cause these kind of problems. And I think if we were to look at going forward, if I see another track map with a condition like this and it doesn't allow for drainage and we have issues with slope, I'm going to probably insist that that be included in the condition of approval, that you allow for slope. What I don't want is I don't want Mr. Ramey building that property and just let the water run down the slope and create ditches and adversely affect other people's property. I want the county department to have the ability to have him properly design the drainage devices so they don't adversely affect the neighbors or don't adversely affect the creek. And that's what I'm getting at. So it's not like we're giving him something he wasn't supposed to have. We just didn't do it right the first time.
And he maximized his building envelope out to the very edge of the building envelope. Let's not ignore that factor.
I get that, but that doesn't have an effect on it. Whether he had a small building envelope or a big building envelope, the water has to go to the creek. It can't stay on top of the hill. So let's get it in the creek the right way. That's what he's saying. And I'm not seeing, the staff didn't tell me that he's building the building outside of the building envelope. It's just that the fact you can't grade the hill and put in a pipe or riprap or needs for the drainage. So my motion stands to continue to the second with staff to come back with those conditions.
And Chair.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to comment, we're commenting on the motion to continue, but behind the motion to continue is to modify condition 15. And I think that's something that we will very carefully consider when it comes back. But Commissioner Blau, I think you're oversimplifying to say that it didn't provide for drainage. There is drainage. There's been testimony today that the drainage goes down the hill, winds around, and goes into the creek. But maybe Mr. Ramey wants to do it a different way. Maybe that's not the best way. So it's not a simple question of allowing him to grade, period. I think we're asking to be like another department of the county, maybe the Board of Architectural Review. We're getting into these kinds of details and redoing the project. So it's not an easy job we're giving to staff to come up with a modified condition that can't be simply take out grading and allow him to do whatever he wants. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Well, you know, it's kind of fun here in that I think it sounds like my colleagues don't agree with each other, but I agree with all of them. How can that be? But I think Commissioner Briley is absolutely right. We want to honor building envelopes. We don't want to dispose of that concept. But I also think that Commissioner Blau is correct that, you know, standard conditions evolve, and maybe it's time that this evolve, that this isn't really just about building envelopes, it's about a standard condition, and it ought to evolve to have something more than just driveways. And here some necessary and appropriate drainage improvements are valuable. We're thinking about Mr. Ramey and how close he gets to the building envelope and how big a house he builds. I don't know if he's going to get approved an 800 square foot one. Thinking about protections and the other neighbors from my urban interrupt drainage patterns, and things have to go somewhere, whether it's water or debris and things. And so this helps in that regard. And I do agree with Commissioner Cooney that it's not really a simple question. It will take a continuance so staff can properly tee this up and prepare it in the right way. And I think this is all about some kind of appropriate modification of condition 15 for this matter. And if that's what the motion is for instructions to prepare findings and other things for the modification of condition 15, then I'm all for the motion. And I can't remember, did anybody second it? If they haven't, I will.
It has not been seconded.
He just did.
If the motion has been made, I second it.
Okay.
I got to make one last comment, being a guy that deals with this, you know, on a regular basis. This whole issue of drainage has been a kind of an evolving issue. And over the past 2 or 3 years, it's changed drastically. You now have the Clean Water Act. You no longer can you just have a gutter around your house and let it dump out under the concrete and flow down the hill. You can't do that anymore. You've got certain things you have to do to retain it, to recharge part of it, and it's just gotten a lot more complicated. Just so it's not something that I don't think we want to try and wrestle with. We're not experts at it, but understand that we've got people like Kathleen and other people in our different departments that deal with that now, and they will do it right. You have to do it right anymore.
Chair Farina.
Commissioner Bradley?
Sorry.
Oh, I don't have anything more to add.
Okay, all right.
Chair Farina.
Yes.
Hi,
Staff.
this is Deputy Director Seawards. Before you make the vote, we would just request as staff, if you are going to vote to have us come back for findings of approval, we do need some direction from the commission. For example, the very first finding talks about what are the circumstances that have changed since the condition was made to warrant this change in the condition that the applicant's requesting. And also we would need some direction from the commission on how a change in the condition of approval would still ensure that it meets the policies requirements. So that would just be very helpful for staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau?
Well, what are the policies that we're not meeting that you're talking about?
Chair and Commissioners, there are policies regarding development on slopes, so that there are some geo policies and then environmentally sensitive habitat policies as well that require that projects not be built in ESH, and then if there's a buffer, there are policies in place about buffer reductions.
So you're allowing driveways and accesses and fencing. So why is this different than that?
The entire
Not building-
point, the
not building the
Commissioner,
building.
the entire point of the building envelopes, to refer to Commissioner Bradley's, was that the project would be scoped in a way that all of the policy issues would be contained within that envelope. And so now if we allow, because again, like I said before, the basic schematics that we have, there's structural stuff that looks like they're proposing outside of the envelope. So we do need direction on the findings.
Well,
If you're
what's
going to-
structural? I didn't see that. I thought that you told me when you put the maps up there that all the structure was within the approved building envelope. That the only thing that was not in there is the drainage devices. Did I get that wrong?
No, I'm sorry, so grading, okay, so we're looking at grading, we're looking at landscaping, flat work. There looks like there may be some structure, but we're not sure what they're proposing because again, we don't have detailed plans yet. So there is more to this than just simply modifying the condition. We need more direction from you.
Well,
And remember, Commissioner Blau, that we heard from the geotech engineer that it's probably going to require caissons to support that site plan. So maybe, I mean, this is funny because I'm not even voting for your motion in favor, but if you want to modify, other than drainage, have it also include grading, maybe that's the direction they're looking for.
I'm just looking for drainage. If he is building a building outside of the approved building envelope, that's a entirely different question. I didn't hear him ask for that modification. And I probably wouldn't approve that modification because I haven't seen the evidence that it's required. I'd be more inclined to agree with you that he could shrink the size of the building a little bit. But I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it is what he's asking for is just limiting condition 15, which talks about limiting his work to fencing and driveways. And I'm agreeing with Commissioner Park that I want to include that he can put drainage devices in there. If he does do any grading as a result of the drainage devices, he would need to repair the area so that the ESHA remains intact. That would have been my direction to staff, and I don't see how that violates the policy that we're talking about. Again, I'm not saying that we increase the size of the building envelope because that was not Mr. Remy's request. Now, I would look at that if he asked for it, but I don't hear him asking for that. So I don't know if that gives staff the direction or not. I'd like to hear from staff again if that would work.
I think what staff is hearing is that you would like the findings for approval limited to only allow work related to drainage, period. Anything else not related to drainage, you would not be supportive of.
So far, that's correct. I have not heard any evidence that he's requesting anything other than that. Again, I mean, if he comes back and says at the later hearing, you know, he wants to encroach or go outside of the building envelope, that's a different question. I might tend to agree with Commissioner Bradley, thank you. I'll get it someday, so help me
We'll
here.
stay on you.
Yeah, there you go. So, so that's it.
Mr. Chair, could I suggest something that might help staff with the finding number 1, the changes in circumstances? And again, this is crazy because I may not even support the motion, but wanting to get this forward, would the fact that we do have, as Commissioner Blau and Commissioner, well, everyone has recognized, we have new legislation requiring the SWIPs and on-site drainage plans, even for single-family homes. Would new legislation addressing on-site drainage requirements, would that be a changing condition as far as staff is concerned?
I can answer that for you. The county, you're required to do it. That's not a condition of this map. It's a condition of every property in the county now.
I know, but it wasn't a condition when the parcel map was approved. Those I'm very well aware of those legislative efforts. I get permits for them with engineers, frequently. So my question is, a legislative evolution that has required more aggressive site design standards for construction, is that considered a change in circumstances for the purpose of that finding?
Interesting.
I'm just trying to get.
Sure.
I can see why staff is struggling with that one finding. So,
Commissioner Bradley, we'll try that. Thank you for that example. I think it's helpful. Yep.
Very good. Commissioner Park, your hand's back up.
Yes. I don't think we can spend all day, especially with other project in front of us, designing findings. I think that it's Planning Commission role to be general in our direction, and we aren't professionals at doing what staff does very well, and it's staff's job to take those general directions and do the very best it can, and I think we're kind of at that point. I would add to Commissioner Bradley's very welcome effort to rationalize this, that we've also had a slope stability analysis that shows that there's some real problems with fill and that drainage improvements would be appropriate. And that's a change in circumstances. So I'm convinced that staff will do its best and can do a good job. And we should move forward and see what happens on that continued date.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Bradley, hand still up?
Nope.
You okay? All right. Okay. Let's go with that and say we have enough and move on to the vote, please, Mr. Villalobos.
Just one moment, Mr. Chair.
Could you clarify, Chair, what date you're moving it to? Is it
June 2nd?
June 2nd? Okay. The June 2nd timeline is extremely tight for staff. We have to draft the new findings and run them through our docket system. So we're just discussing if that timeline works for us. If you could just give us 1 minute. Okay.
Oh.
We'll try and make June 2nd work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, shall I proceed with the vote?
Yes, please.
All right, great. Commissioner Cooney,
No.
Commissioner Bradley,
No.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. All right, let's, it's 20-12. We can read this final item in to the record, and then I was just curious from staff if they're ready to go right after we read it in, and about how long their presentation will take.
Staff just needs 1 minute to pull the PowerPoint up, and we'll be ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Villalobos?
All right, I'm going to read it into the record as it's on the agenda. I know that we have to accept an appeal withdrawal, but I'm just going to read it as it is on the agenda for now. The following's on the hearing on request of joint appellants Tri-M Rental Group LLC and BN Nacido Vineyards to consider case numbers 21 APL 7 and 21 APL 8. Appeals of the Planning Commission Director's approval of case number 19 LUP 116.
Okay, so let's see. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. I will go ahead and start this off. I have visited the site twice, once with the applicant, the Maldonado family, and second with the Miller group and their representatives. Commissioner Bradley?
I'm sorry. I did not visit the site. I was bummed. I'm going to do it on my next trip up there. But I spoke with Mr. Maldonado and his representative, Amy Steinfeld. Yes, Amy Steinfeld. Sorry, they are blurring. I'm going to fully admit. Last week, and also spoke with Marshall Miller, one of the appellants, and his representative, Courtney Taylor, last week. Actually, this
Great.
week and last week.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I've had a couple conversations with Abel Maldonado, and I should disclose that his sister, one of the appellants, lives next door to me. Although we haven't talked about this. But at any rate, so, after you do the ex partes, I have a motion to make when you come back.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Okay, so I have had phone conversations with Amy Steinfeld, attorney for the applicant. I met on the applicant's side of the site with Abel Maldonado and his two sons, Marcus and Nick, and I met with Brandon Gasecki, applicant, and I've had phone conversations with Brandon Gasecki, and then I've also met on the appellant side of the site with Marshall Miller and Courtney Taylor. And if I've left somebody out, I apologize, but I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Well, I have pretty much the same record as Commissioner Park. Meetings with the applicant was a Zoom meeting with Abel Maldonado and Brandon Gasecki. Then I guess Amy Steinfeld was on that call as well. And the appellants, Marshall Miller and Courtney Taylor, were also on the call, a separate call. Those were my only contacts. And I did not have a chance prior to this meeting to drive to the site.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Blau, your hand's back up, or?
Yeah, I believe we have one of the appellants, Abel's brother and sister, that are withdrawing their appeal. Do we need to handle that first before we go on forward?
Yeah, Mr. Wilson's up next as soon as the commission's done, and he'll guide us through that. Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair, thank you. If we refer to the memo dated May 5th, my recommendation is that the commission makes a motion to acknowledge the withdrawal of the appeal, case number 21 APL 7. And that way it won't be considered as part of the item today.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. It's been moved. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, I did want to agree with Commissioner Blau one time today, so I'll second that.
Oh, come on.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney.
It doesn't happen very often, but that's okay.
All right. It's good. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and just a general comment here. We're going to hear from staff, and then it'll be the lunch hour. We'll take an hour break for lunch, and then we will come back to the appellant and then the applicant. So if staff is ready.
And then Aaliyah Vosberg is the planner who will be presenting today.
Hello, Ms. Vosberg. Looks like you're ready to go there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice background. I like that one. Nice.
Can't see it.
Ready.
Do we have the slides? Sorry, I don't see them.
They're coming up right now. There we go.
Okay, so good morning, Chair Farini and members of the commission. My name is Aaliyah Vosberg, and I will be presenting case numbers 21 APL 7 and 21 APL 8. Appeals of the approval of case number 19 LUP 116, a land use permit for the Canarios LLC cannabis cultivation project. As just discussed, Triumph Rental Group, the appellant under case number 21 APL 7, has withdrawn their appeal. So this presentation will be focused on the remaining appeal, which is case number 21 APL 8 by joint appellants Bien Nacido Vineyards LP, the Miller Family West Bay Company LLC, and RTV Winery LLC, collectively referred to as Nacido Vineyards. Next slide. So on this, as shown on the vicinity map before you, the project site is located on a 431.22 acre property in the Santa Maria area at the junction of Fox and Canyon Road and Santa Maria Mesa Road, approximately 6 miles east of the city of Santa Maria and approximately 2 miles northwest of the town of Sisquoc. The property is bisected by the Sisquoc River and bounded on the north by the Cuyama River, which converge in the northwest arm of the property to form the Santa Maria River. The property is located in the Ag 2100 zone district, and surrounding land uses include field crops to the north, west, and south, aggregate mining to the southeast, and vineyards to the east and north. Next slide. The project was approved by staff under land use permit on February 8th, 2021. It was then appealed by Bienesito Vineyards on February 18th, 2021. And following approval and appeal of the project, the applicant has submitted revisions to the proposed plans, which are included as attachment to the staff report. Next slide. Those revisions to the project include one, minor adjustments to the landscape screening plan, in which the landscaping on the eastern side of the property was moved closer to the proposed fence line. 2, clarification on the location and use of the existing groundwater wells on the property. And 3, the removal of the previously proposed permanent restroom and water tanks. And in place of those previously proposed permanent restroom, the project will be providing portable restrooms and bottled water for employees. Next slide. So the modified project, which incorporates the revisions just discussed, is a commercial cannabis cultivation operation that includes 46 acres of outdoor or mature plant cannabis cultivation and 1.45 acres of cannabis nursery. The mature plant cultivation area will also include 18 acres of proposed hoop structures, and the cannabis nursery area will include 1 acre of proposed hoop structures. Additionally, the project includes a 2.61 acre transport staging area. This transport staging area is an open area which will be used for weighing and recording, flash freezing, boxing, and vehicle loading for movement of harvested cannabis offsite. So all harvested cannabis will be transferred offsite for processing the same day that it's harvested, and there will be no processing, meaning storing, drying, curing, or trimming of harvested cannabis on the project site. Support structures and improvements under the scope of the project include 5 280 square foot storage containers, 1 224 square foot temporary office trailer, and installation of fencing, lighting, and landscape screening. This proposed operation will require 24 regular full-time employees and a maximum of 43 additional seasonal employees who would be on site for a maximum of 60 days per year. Next slide. So this slide depicts an overview of the project area on the subject property. As you can see, the project is limited to the portion of the property that is east of the Sisquoc River and south of the Cuyama River, with all components of the project set back a minimum of 200 feet from top of bank. Next slide. And this is a more detailed view of the project site with the proposed outdoor or mature plant cultivation areas shown in yellow, the proposed nursery area shown in magenta, and the proposed transport staging area shown in purple. Additionally, there will be a compost area shown in blue, parking and overflow equipment storage area shown in gray, and the proposed cargo container and temporary office trailer circled in red. Next slide. So the appellant, where am I? So the appellant, Bienesito Vineyards, filed a timely appeal of the director's approval of the project on February 18th, 2021, and identified 5 issues as the basis of their appeal, being inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan and land use and development code, failure to comply with CEQA, expansion beyond legal non-conforming area, and unlawful modification of the Cuyama River, and finally, conflicts with the shared well agreement. Next slide. So I'll now go through an overview of each appeal issue and staff's response, which is addressed in full in the staff report. For appeal issue 1, the appellant asserts that the project is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and the land use and development code, and as such must be denied. In response, staff finds the project was approved in compliance with the applicable policies and standards set forth in the LUDC and the comprehensive plan as demonstrated in section 6.3 and 6.4 of the staff report dated April 27th. Next slide. Under the second appeal issue of failure to comply with CEQA, the appellant provided 4 arguments which are discussed as appeal issues 2A through 2D. For Appeal Issue 2A, the appellant asserts that the PEIR relied on the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee's review of proposed cannabis projects under the uniform rules to ensure compatibility and to prevent conflicts with neighboring agricultural uses, and that the amendment to the uniform rules after certification of the PEIR undermines the PEIR's adequacy and allows for new or substantially increased impacts to agriculture. In response, staff finds proposed cannabis projects were not and are not limited to contracted parcels, so not all cannabis projects are reviewed by APAC. Therefore, the PEIR did not rely on APAC review under the uniform rules to ensure compatibility with existing agricultural uses. Moreover, APAC does not make decisions on permits or consider consistency with the comprehensive plan. Nevertheless, the project is consistent with the uniform rules. The PEIR anticipated amendments to the uniform rules, and cannabis cultivation as an agricultural use under those amendments is compatible with other agricultural uses on contracted and non-contracted lands. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 2B, the appellant asserts that amendments to the Right to Farm Act under the PEIR or after the PEIR certification have made odor mitigation on Ag 2 zone parcels now feasible, and as such, additional environmental review is required. In response, staff finds the same methods and techniques for odor abatement that exist now, such as carbon filtration and vapor phase systems, were available and feasible at the time the PEIR was prepared and were applied to Ag 2 zone projects where a CUP is required. Therefore, changes to the Right to Farm Ordinance did not introduce new or previously infeasible mitigation techniques that were not available and considered under the PEIR. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 2C, the appellant asserts that new information, which was not known at the time the PEIR was certified, has become available, showing that the project will have substantially increased impacts to adjacent agriculture as a consequence of pesticide migration. In response to fines, the California Department of Pesticide Regulations does not allow pesticide drift onto non-target crops or non-target private property. The regulatory framework governing pesticide drift and the requirement for all agricultural operators to comply with those regulations is not limited to areas adjacent to cannabis cultivation and is the same now as when the PEIR was certified. Therefore, there is no new information pertaining to pesticide application, and subsequent environmental review is not required. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 2D, the appellant asserts that new information, which was not previously known, has become available, showing that the project will have substantially increased impacts to adjacent agriculture as a consequence of terpene contamination. In response, staff finds VOCs and terpenes are discussed in the PEIR and were considered as part of the analysis of air quality impacts. Their existence and alleged impacts are not new information. Moreover, to require subsequent CEQA review, the new information must show that the project would have one or more significant effects not discussed in the PEIR, or that significant effects would be substantially more severe than shown in the PEIR. However, there continues to be lack of evidence that terpenes from cannabis cultivation result in substantial impacts to the quality or marketability of surrounding agricultural crops. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 3, the appellant asserts that the applicant expanded beyond the legal non-conforming status and the project is not in compliance with all laws, regulations, and rules, and therefore must be denied. In response, staff finds Attachment 1 to the staff report demonstrates that findings for approval of the project can be made. P&D has never received a complaint regarding current cannabis cultivation activities on the subject property, so no formal investigation has been conducted and no notice of violation exists on the property. Nevertheless, upon approval, the project will be in full compliance with all laws, rules, and regulations. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 4, the appellant claims that the applicant illegally diverted the Cuyama River to reshape the water course in order to supplement its irrigation requirements on the project site. In response, staff finds the appellant did not provide any evidence to substantiate the claim that the applicant unlawfully modified the Cuyama River. Planning and Development reviewed available aerial imagery and corresponded with California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Regional Water Quality Control Board in an attempt to gather any information pertaining to the appellant's claim, but to date, Planning and Development has not found any evidence to substantiate the claim. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 5, the existing on-site groundwater well that is proposed to serve the project is subject to a well sharing agreement by and between the property owner and the appellant, West Bay Company. The appellant claims that the applicant has not obtained the appellant's consent or approval for the use of the shared water, and that the project will deprive the appellant of its share of the water. In response, staff finds the well sharing agreement does not require the applicant to obtain consent or approval from the appellant for use of the subject wells. Planning and Development does not adjudicate private agreements, and the applicant has demonstrated adequate water service for the project. Next slide. With that, staff recommends the commission deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval as outlined in the staff report attachment A, determine that the previously certified PEIR is adequate and no subsequent environmental reviews required, and finally grant de novo approval of the modified project, case number 19 LUP 116, subject to the conditions included in attachment B of the staff report. And that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Vosberg. Very nice presentation. Any questions of staff from the commission? Commissioner Bradley?
The maps, yeah, don't go far away. Could you just review again with the activities here, and also where is this in relation to the appellant's property? I don't know if you had, and I'm sorry, maybe I missed it in a Google. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, so Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, the appellant's property is the property to the east. I think if you can circle that with the cursor.
Okay.
Aaliyah, could you say that one more time? Where is it?
Yeah, the appellant's property is the property immediately to the east, bordering the project site.
Okay, and then can you go back to the site plan and just run through the functions on that color-coded map?
Yeah, so in yellow would be the proposed outdoor or mature plant cannabis cultivation area. The magenta area is the proposed nursery. And there you go. And then the purple area is the proposed transport staging area. So it's an open area.
Okay, and so do we know how far away is that from the property line there?
The property line to the nearest, I guess, outdoor cultivation area would be, I think it's specifically 158 feet, roughly 160.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Park?
This is a really interesting property and set of facts. It's like a bar exam question. Commissioner Cooney would relate to that. I mean, we got these rivers that join and make another river, and we got this side, and then we got property that's on two sides of the county line and so forth. But one thing kind of sticks in my mind here that I'm not quite getting, and that is, I know in the CCA case with the freezing, the flash freezing, it had to be indoors in a fully enclosed facility with the scrubbers, the whole deal. And here we're going to have outdoor flash freezing. And so I'm trying to understand why the flash freezing in the CCA case was a form of processing and it had to be indoors and it was enclosed, but here it doesn't. Can you explain that?
Yeah, Commissioner.
That's question number one.
I'm less familiar with the details of the CCA case, but in this case, the applicant is not proposing any trimming prior to flash freezing, and that may be the distinction. What the applicant is proposing, from what we understand, is cutting off the plant in the field, which may mean either cutting down at the stalk prior to flash freezing or cutting individual smaller pieces from the field and removing it from the field, which we would consider harvesting. And between there and flash freezing, there is no proposed trimming. So we would not consider that processing.
Okay. It'd be interesting to know what CCA does. They might be thinking they're doing the same thing and it's called processing, but we'll see.
Commissioner Park, through the chair.
Oh, yes.
I can provide a little more clarity on the CCA project if you'd like.
Sure, if you address that point, yeah, that'd be great.
Sure. So with CCA, they were using an existing building that was already enclosed, and they were calling it a processing building. So any trimming or organization or just kind of storage of cannabis would have to be within that enclosed building. And then I had to retrace my steps here, or our steps here, a little bit and look at the timeline of CCA and how their odor abatement evolved. So just to refresh the commission's memory, CCA required a conditional use permit, which therefore requires an odor abatement plan. And initially, when CCA came before the commission, their odor abatement was, we don't have any sort of systems, we're just flash freezing, that's it. Because they fell under that odor abatement plan requirement, they really needed to do more. And also the commission was really interested in sort of an adaptive management approach. You know, if odor is experienced in residential zones, what can be done to further enhance the odor abatement systems there? So when we returned to the commission, the applicant had proposed, you know, carbon filtration within the buildings where they were flash freezing, as well as vapor phase along the property lines, I believe along the eastern perimeter, a little bit of the north and a little bit of the south as well. So they had a different approach, but they also had different requirements under the LUDC that needed to be met. Does that?
But doesn't all on-site processing require carbon filtration in an enclosed building now throughout the county? If it's on-site processing, isn't that a requirement?
Yes and no. So our code has a couple options when it comes to the drying, curing, or trimming of harvested cannabis. So drying, curing, and trimming is part of processing, and that either has to be located within an enclosed structure or include techniques or equipment that shall achieve a similar level of odor abatement. So the code provides a few different options and kind of leaves it upon the applicant to help design their business and what they want to do. So for the current project, as Ms. Vosberg described, they're cutting the plant and they are freezing, and then they are packaging it into bins and taking it off site. So there is no additional trimming.
And that enclosed structure in the code, that requires carbon filtration, right?
It does not specifically identify carbon filtration. It just talks about an available control technology. And for CCA, they had identified carbon filtration. Other folks, as we see in Carpinteria, sometimes folks identify the vapor phase systems as that sort of available technology to control odors. But I think over time, as we know more information, the types of odor control technology will slightly evolve. And then I think we're gonna see a fairly consistent approach in what's used as we know more about odor.
Yeah, I think carbon filtration is pretty universal in the actual processing. But let me move on to a different question here. It's my understanding that we've got a setback from the Sisquoc River of 200 feet or more for the cannabis cultivation. And personally, I think that's exemplary that we have the strongest setbacks we can from these riparian sources. But I'm familiar with that terrain out there, and this is not like prime riparian habitat once you get past beyond the top of bank. So where does that 200-foot setback come from? Is it required? It seems more than is required for setbacks from water sources generally for agriculture to me.
So I believe the requirement is 100 feet, at least for the county. And so the 200 feet came at the applicant's discretion.
Okay, it's not a requirement from the state or the feds or the UN or something. I mean, it's not somebody else's requirement. It's just strictly at the applicant's discretion.
Go ahead, Ms. Lair.
Commissioner Park through the chair. So you're right, I believe, and I may refer to Ms. Vosberg for the particulars on this project, but there are other involved or trustee or responsible agencies, including the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the Water Quality Board, and they too have different setbacks, and those kind of depend on the site and the certain characteristics that are there. So for this project, I would defer to Ms. Vosberg or the applicant regarding these particular setbacks.
Thanks.
And I think to answer that, I don't have the bio report in front of me. I believe this is from memory, so we may just defer to the applicant. But I believe it may have been a requirement of 150 feet from top of bank from the from either the Water Board or the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. But again, it exceeds our requirement, and from memory, it does exceed both other trustee agencies' requirements as well. We have gotten sign off from both agencies that they've reviewed the setbacks in the proposed project and were satisfactory.
Let me ask that someone dig into that a little bit more at lunch or later on today, so we have a more certain answer there. Because the practical impact, of course, is we always hope for as big a distance as possible between the cannabis cultivation and the grapes, and if it can move towards the west and increase the buffer on one side, that just may be one thing people want to talk about. I'm not saying one way or the other, but it would just be nice to know whether that's possible or not. So thank you.
Okay, before we break for lunch, just making sure no more questions of Planning Commission. Commissioner Bridley, there you are.
Sorry. But on the exhibits, there's a P1 exhibit that actually shows a little bit of growing, I think, over the property line by the Cuyama River, the magenta color. This is in our packet, and it's actually P1. I don't even know if you have it in your PowerPoint. You might not. And then there's a P3 that actually shows that area kind of highlighted. So I guess the question is that area over the property line going away? It's in the magenta area. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yeah, so Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I believe P3 was a demo plan that shows the existing legal non-conforming grow area. And just a little background, the configuration of this property has changed recently with the recording of a lot line adjustment. And with that recording, the property line at the north did shift slightly. But the proposed project that you're seeing on the screen, the project plans, are entirely within the boundaries of the current property boundary.
Property line. Okay, so maybe that P1 might just be a holdover from previous things. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, if I may, to get back to your question, we were able to pull up some the bio report that Ms. Vosberg had referenced, and The project is implementing those 200-foot setbacks, and the setback corresponds to the edge of existing riparian vegetation. And for, I believe, this type of river, the regional water requires about 150 foot setback. And so as Ms. Vosberg indicated, the applicant meets and exceeds all of the regulatory requirements for setbacks when it comes to the river.
So 150 is required, but this is more. Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, with that, we will adjourn for lunch, and how about we all come back at 1:15 where we will hear from the appellant. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Well, before a lunch break there, we said we would come back with the appellant's presentation. So let's go with that then, shall we? Ms. Taylor, will you be leading that?
Yes, and then I'll hand it off to Marshall, but it'll come back to me. With the same PowerPoint presentation, please.
Very good.
We just give our CSB TV staff just a moment. There we go. Thank you.
There we go.
All right, thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Farini and Commissioners. Courtney Taylor appearing on behalf of the Miller family and Biennacido Vineyards this afternoon. As you'll see in this appeal, both applicant and appellant are longstanding farming families, have been neighbors for over 20 years. This appeal is not about the reputation or credibility of either party. It's really just about a proposed incompatible use that unfortunately results in a winner and a loser. And if the Miller family is on the losing end, they're stuck. They can't move their vineyards, they can't relocate their business or their significant investment in the land since 1969 on this ranch. And the reputation and viability of their wines and these famous vineyards are at risk. So to kick things off, I would like to introduce Marshall Miller, who will be speaking today on behalf of his family. Marshall will be giving the commission a brief overview of the site and his family's history on the ranch.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and commissioners. I want to thank you all for your time today. I'd like to echo Courtney's comments that this is two families that have been located in this area for a long time, that will, regardless of who wins and loses, we will all be neighbors and need to work together after this. But there is sadly a winner and a loser that must come from this process. There is not a compatible use in this scenario. So can we go to slide 2? Thanks. So what I'd like to do is to review just kind of where the property line is. And so we are, I don't think because it's not my slide, I don't think I can control the mouse on it. But the neon green strip that you see, that is the applicant's vineyard plantings that they're proposing, everything to the right of that, there is a road right there. And there are 2 roads, actually. One is their road, one is our road. And we are everything to the right of that. And we extend up across the river and up what is a hillside behind the applicant's family home that is located on the San Luis Obispo side of the river. So that we are also the landlords for further south for the quarry operation that is not visible. So we cover a little bit to the north, a little bit to the south, and everything to the east of where this proposed project is going. We, back in 2014, made a decision to go ahead and build a tasting room. We went through a long permitting process and then bumped into some challenges with a rewrite of building codes regarding electrical and some other things, and that led to a further delay. But we are in construction right now on the tasting room, which is the letter A in the little red dot that you see there. So I think I may have just lost the scope. Thank you. And so that is currently under construction. Additional locations that we have on property that we'd like to draw your attention to is that we have our assistant manager's residence, this is right next to the dot, and our office and our shop where people are working every day. We have an additional residence as we follow that road line up from the red dot. That is where our vineyard manager lives. And then we have a guest house that is used frequently for people visiting, right next to his residence. As we continue along that line, we have a winery where 3 people are working. And then we have our family's residence that is north of that is towards the top of the screen labeled residence. Above that, it's just barely in screen, is additional winery. And if one looked at this screen farther north on the San Luis Obispo side, we have a tenant winery and one of our staff that makes their home on site also. So this is the housing that is represented here, and then the 2 on-site wineries. We are really proud of our vineyard and the specialness of what this site is and the Santa Maria Valley is for growing grapes. And so, I'm sorry, with that, could we move on to slide 3? This is my father, my brother, and I. We are 5th generation farmers in California. We actually started farming in Santa Barbara County as a family in the 1880s, and then Santa Barbara County left us when Ventura County split the line. So in 1969, we returned to Santa Barbara County, farming here in the Santa Maria Valley. And in 1973, we planted this area 2 vineyards, my father and his brother. And we have worked hard to establish the reputation of this vineyard. We, Wine and Spirits magazine has named this vineyard one of the top 24 vineyards in the world. Wine Enthusiast has called it one of the top 10 vineyards in the world, and the Wall Street Journal has called it one of the top 5 vineyards in California. This is a site that can't be moved or changed. The way grapes are sold, it's highly geographically specific. And we have attempted to put our marker down as this place, as Bien Nacido Vineyards, as located in the Santa Maria Valley. And we like to think that the work that we do is enhancing not just to our own family's interest, but to the reputation of the region and to the wine industry more broadly. We sell our fruit to more than 40 different winery buyers who use our fruit to make wine. We believe we are the most vineyard designated vineyard in the world, meaning it says Bien Nacido on a greater number of different labels than on any other vineyard out there in the world today. And so the tasting room that we are building is an important part of this in our estate winemaking program. We could briefly go back to slide 2 to make this point. The predominant wind direction is coming from the northwest to the southeast. And so the Chumash called this particular wind the Ishulun. And it is, for anyone that spent time in Santa Maria Valley, it is consistent. It is at times strong, at times, but it is largely unchanging. And so the odor impact, I think there's the issue of the odor impact on our vineyard, but the odor impact on our winery and our tasting room and the tasting experience of tasting wines is not a mitigatable factor. And so as long as that smell is interfering, you may have seen the letter from our sommelier that the analogy here is if you're trying to listen to classical music and there is a bulldozer working outside, you can't enjoy the music. In the same way, if you're trying to enjoy the subtleties of the wine we're making, when there's an overarching smell all around you, it hinders both kind of the enjoyment and the commerce of our activity. With that, we'll turn it over to Courtney.
Thank you, Marshall, for that great overview. Slide 4, please. You're going to have to go 2 slides, please. Thank you. So this photo was taken from the eastern side of the tasting room. You can see the foundation there. Like Marshall mentioned, this has been in the works since 2014. The Millers have paid for construction. The permitting precedes any use of hemp or cannabis cultivation on the applicant's property. And the Millers' plans to build the tasting room have been known to the applicant. So this is not new news. As you can see where the arrow is, the cannabis site is very, very close to the tasting room. And unfortunately, without the benefit of intervening public roads like Highway 246, rivers, natural topography, like we've seen with many other cannabis appeals near a vineyard or a tasting room. The project is sited 750 feet from the concrete pad you see here. Next slide, please. Again, and then on this slide, you can see really the close proximity and a complete lack of any intervening topography here. The Miller's chief concern, as Marshall mentioned, is really the impacts of cannabis odors and terpenes on their property. And given site constraints, we really want to see how setbacks with the direction of the prevailing wind will prevent or mitigate these impacts. And I do want to clarify that while the applicant states in some of their responsive letters that there were no complaints of odor while hemp was growing on site, my clients and the families, including their children living on site, and the customers of the vineyards did smell the hemp for long periods of time. So needless to say, no lack of an odor complaint does not necessarily mean that it wasn't smelled and there were not impacts. The next slide, please. So with regard to odor causing activities, the project scope in terms of post-harvest activities really is vague and incomplete. We are frankly very unclear what the 113,000 square foot packaging area would be for, what materials are removed from the plant that need to be composted in an almost 1 acre compost area, what materials are being composted. To further confuse things, the approved project description included an express statement that trimming would be throughout the outdoor areas. That was removed from the version in the staff report, but wasn't addressed as an update to the project with the other changes that were made last month. The site plans are similarly inconsistent in that they state no drying, trimming, or finish packaging. I don't know the distinction between finish versus not finish on site. And then they have a reference to hauling off site or flash freezing. We're then further confused as the approved project condition 17 and now condition 13, that's before your commission today, addresses requirements for a backed equivalent odor control, but that condition is only required in the LUDC when there is drying or trimming on site. And then lastly, want to bring to the commission's attention that the APCD does have jurisdiction over cannabis projects when processing harvested cannabis from off-site. And we're unclear here whether all the cannabis being processed is from on-site or if there are other off-site projects that will utilize this space. To get sort of down to brass tacks, we really are concerned that the applicant is attempting to trim cannabis in the field and really frame it as harvesting because this form of processing occurs in the field. I think, applicant is an experienced row crop farmer, and I'm sure is well aware that trimming, no matter where you do it, is generally goes beyond what's considered harvesting, which I think most definitions require merely chopping down the plant. So I think there's some language to figure out here in terms of what is actually being done on site. The next slide, please. So if the applicant is processing on site, which we believe they are, the condition 13 in the proposed permit approval applies. We're happy to see it included because it would require applicant to use a backed equivalent for odor control for processing activities. And from our perspective, applicant has really failed to demonstrate that flash freezing in an outdoor packing area or hauling off site is a backed equivalent. None of the project documents state that flash freezing or hauling off site meets the standard or that it's even considered as and proposed as their odor control or intended to meet that standard. Next slide, please. So Commissioner Park asked a question about this. So what is backed equivalent, assuming this is required? I think most people would agree that based on looking at other projects in the county, carbon filtration on a building would be backed, CCA being our best example. So the LUDC clearly requires applicant to implement odor technology that achieves an equivalent or greater level of odor control as could be achieved using an enclosed structure with carbon filtration. So these vague references to flash freezing and hauling don't meet that standard. And we actually don't even think there's enough information other than a quick reference to here is a flash freezer right here that this is intended to meet that standard. We don't know if it requires electrical. There's not a lot of information about it. So we're looking to your commission to require clarity regarding the scope of post-harvest activities, and if that applies, how the applicant intends to meet that requirement of the LUDC. Next slide, please. So as you've heard me talk about before, these projects adjacent to legacy agriculture are really inconsistent with numerous comprehensive plan policies here in the ag element, as we've listed. You've heard me say this before. All cannabis near legacy ag are potentially incompatible and inconsistent with some of these policies. The staff report finds consistency with these policies by relying on the, quote, plain language of the ag goal number 1 in the blue, as that policy being really intended to protect agriculture from non-ag. But there aren't specific statements to substantiate that statement, and I do think reasonable minds could disagree that this very broad goal and its intent was only to protect ag from non-ag. I think it's a broad enough goal that it does apply here. Next slide, please. So the commission also needs to find, if it chooses to approve the project today, that the project is in compliance with all laws. There are no open zoning violation. If you could go to the next slide, that would be great, please. As you can see here in this aerial, we reasonably believe the applicant or a prior owner has diverted the Cuyama River by building the large berm you see there and altering the natural waterway without the benefits of permits. The really major concern here is that in the event of a heavy rain or large releases from the Twitchell Reservoir upstream, that the water will back up and flood the Miller Vineyards, and that is problematic. And to the extent there are not permits from the Army Corps for this diversion, it needs to have been legally constructed, and the project cannot be approved until that is corrected, or at least shown to be in compliance and built pursuant to applicable permits. Next slide, please. So moving on to an interesting issue with this site regarding air quality. So the Miller family is the first winery in the state controlling emissions from winemaking. They have established BACT for winemaking statewide and take air quality very, very seriously. Their employees and their children live on site, and they are particularly concerned with protecting the health of these employees and their families. As we know, there are very high concentrations of BVOCs that are emitted from cannabis. Those are even more exacerbated with post-harvest activities. Those BVOCs form ozone, can create secondary VOCs and particulate matter, which in and of themselves can lead to negative health effects. When those emissions from cannabis are combined with particulate matter from emission sources in the vicinity, that creates cumulatively worse impacts to human health. Here, there is a concrete and asphalt recycling facility and an aggregate facility, both near and downwind of the site. It is with almost certainty these BVOCs from the project will mix with these emissions and create cumulative air quality impacts. The PEIR could not address this at a programmatic level. There was zero analysis in the PEIR of the cumulative impact of cannabis VOCs interacting with other stationary sources. They merely looked at temporary particulate matter emissions when cannabis was being constructed or there was grading. There was no permanent VOC impacts addressed anywhere in the PEIR. This is a critical site-specific impact that does need to be addressed prior to project approval. Next slide, please. I'm going to quickly move through these. As you can see, this is a parcel that is on Williamson Act. All the parcels to the east are the Miller's parcels. Those are also in Williamson Act. You've heard me over and over talk about APAC's duty to review for compatibility. Next slide, please. We believe that compatibility is required, period, by state law, no matter how the board has classified cannabis. And then I'm going to go ahead and skip to the last slide, please. So this is really a unique site with distinct topography, meteorological factors that really exacerbate the impacts of the project. The reputation and unique status of the Miller's Vineyards in the world also deserves special consideration by your commission today. Your commission cannot make its required findings. The project scope regarding post-harvest activities is vague. It fails to comply with the LUDC's ODRC requirements. It's inconsistent with the Ag element and the Williamson Act, We need more information about the diversion of the Cuyama River, and CEQA mandates site-specific review of these air quality impacts in light of the adjacent sources of particulate matter emissions. So with that, I will wrap and call time. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners? Mr. Commissioner Park.
Yes, could we go back to slide 2, which I think is entitled Vicinity Map? Okay. Ms. Taylor, I'd like to ask a couple of questions that we can see on this. Where do the grapes start on your field? I know you have broccoli and going up the road on White Rock, and then going further north, it turns into grapes. And are the grapes above the road that's horizontal and is on the same line as the top of the cannabis grow? Is that where the grapes are?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask Marshall to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the vineyards start where if you look at, there are 4 different segments on the westernmost part of the Bienesito property. It's that 3rd segment is where the vineyards begin. Is that correct, Marshall?
Correct. Yeah, no, that's correct.
So yeah, exactly where you're zoomed in. These are the vineyards that have been planted since 1973. Others have, but that's when these were planted.
I would add the family, as part of building the tasting room, is planting what would be the bottom one, block 1, next year. It has historically been in grapes and is returning to grapes. So block A. So if you scroll down a little bit, that where the field where the word room is on tasting room, that field is the plant material has been ordered and it will be returning to grapes in 2022. And has been historically cultivated over a 30-year period to grapes, as has the block above it, but we don't have immediate plans to replant it.
Okay. Here's another question, and leave this slide right where it is. It's just right. I have learned as a practical matter on these cannabis cases that commissioners, like me anyway, I'm really wearing 2 hats. One hat is as though I'm a judge for people that won't give an inch on either side. And then the other hat is to try to determine if there's an in-between, and maybe that works out to be a settlement that arrives before or after the hearing, or who knows what. And in looking at the setbacks from the river of the cannabis grow proposed, the minimum setback there is 200 feet, but I think they're all more than that. And some of the points are more like 260 feet and more. So, and we've heard that the setback that's required by the state agencies is at most 150 feet. So what I'm getting at is it looks like the cannabis grow could be migrated to the left 100 feet plus or minus. And it might be concentrated at one end or the other to avoid where your grapes are now. Is that of any aid to you if that were to happen? Or does it even matter?
That Marshall, my perspective is I think the topography makes it very challenging that no matter how far you set it back, the wind will still blow over the cannabis and bring all of those terpenes and odors to the tasting room and to the vineyards. But Marshall, do you want to elaborate?
That would be our conclusion also, is that it's the thing that would really need to move is either the mountains or the Pacific Ocean, because otherwise it's just coming off the ocean and funnels with the mountains to this particular point. And so it's a, I don't think, I appreciate creative solution finding, and we would genuinely like to have a scenario where the Maldonados are able to do what they want to do and we're able to do what we're wanting to do without negative consequence from them. I'm not sure this would get us there. I don't believe it would.
So you're looking at a buffer now of 150, 160 feet. And if that was increased to 100 feet, that would be immaterial to you then, is what you're saying.
That is our assumption, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradley?
I forgot what my question was. I apologize. Part of what I was wondering, right, as Commissioner Park was asking that question, was the larger view of both properties. We know that the Maldonado Ranch extends far, far to the left, and the Bien Nacido, the Miller Group, extends far, far to the right. So I guess I'm struggling with trying to understand what is the total context for these two properties, these neighboring properties. Do we have an exhibit of that somewhere?
We have not submitted one. It's a reasonable question, but we.
Okay. We can get back to that maybe when staff responds too. And actually, one question is, so where do the tasting functions occur now for the Bien Nacido Vineyard?
We currently have a leased space in the community of Los Alamos on Grand Avenue. And it has proven to be a space that we have used, but so much of our narrative is connected to the vineyard and the site itself that we have found it challenging to try and kind of convey the experience off-site.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have anything else technically. Actually I do. The point that the appellants are making about the alteration to the river, and this is, you may have been a light touch on this, but what I understand is that these three rivers really converge in this immediate neighborhood. And so we understand that one of the appellant points is the non-conforming illegal berming near the Maldonado entry. Has the appellant gone to Fish and Wildlife or County Flood Control or any other regulatory agency about that alteration?
No, to date, I think the Miller's approach has been everybody does their own thing on their own property, and where it's not really something we want to make a stink about. But I think the intent here in terms of raising in the appeal is both, one, I think it needs to be brought to the commission's attention to the extent it is not been permitted. And secondarily, I think the thought was, while we're out here having a conversation that's tough, let's resolve all of our issues. That's why you see a reference to the well sharing agreement. So that is why those items are in there, including this river diversion, which to date we haven't seen any evidence of any kind of Army Corps permitting or anything of that sort.
Okay, because I mean we often see those accompanying a cannabis case because it opens it up for all the agencies. So, all right, that was my questions.
And after the floods of 1998, we needed to go through and, if you can tell on this map, a little bit upstream, install a bridge across the river. And we went through the permitting process in the years that followed the washout of 1998. During those subsequent years, this was in existence, and it was an open question as to what was the requirements upon us in terms of reinstalling a bridge versus what needed to happen for that. So we have not filed a formal document, but we have raised the issue at the county level. It's not something we have sat silently on.
Thank you. That was it. Thanks.
Commissioner Park.
Yeah, just a quick statement for the benefit of Commissioner Bradley. If one looks on top of the grow on the slide to the north, that's the Cuyama River, and on the other side of that is San Luis Obispo County. So the grow doesn't go there. And then to the left of the yellow is the Sisquoc River, which joins the Cuyama River, and then together they become the Santa Maria River. But to the left of it is the Sisquoc River, and then to the left of the Sisquoc River, you can see a gray hatched area. That's the vegetable operation that's leased by Frank and Abel Senior Maldonado from the applicants. and they were appellants until just now. So to move into that area would require swapping their vegetable operation with the cannabis, and that is would be a very major and intense dialogue, if not trialogue or quadrilogue or whatever you would call that. Okay, there you are.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to the applicant's presentation. Mr. Maldonado, welcome.
Chairman Farini, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. It's my honor to be before you today. Happy Cinco de Mayo, by the way. You got a lot to celebrate after this hearing today. For the record, my name is Abel Maldonado, and I am the partner in Canarios with Brandon, and I'm also the property owner. First, I want to start by thanking staff. They've worked very, very hard on this LUP. It's been over a 2-year process, and I'd like to say that sometimes it's a little long and a little slow, but our founding fathers designed government to move slow. Staff's been very thorough. We started with a planner named Gwen Wiley, and she went on maternity leave, and then we finished off with Aaliyah Vosberg, and both of them worked very, very hard, and I can't thank them enough for this. 2 years ago is when all this started, and all I can say is that I hope that when this hearing's over with, you can approve this LUP by the County of Santa Barbara. This farm we purchased in 2000, and it is owned by myself and by my family. I've raised my children on this farm. Laura and I raised all 4 kids here, Erica, Nicholas, Marcus, and Dino, on this beautiful farm. And I know that Marshall says that Bienacido is beautiful and iconic, and I agree with him. We believe our farm is beautiful and provides great wines as well as theirs, and we're just proud of our farm. All our kids raised all their 4-H and FFA animals here on this farm, and all I can say is that we love this place. I used to be a partner, and I was a founder of AgriHall Farms. I am no longer there. As you know, I took about an 18-year detour in local government, state government, and obviously state government at the executive level. But through this process, I divested in 2015, and I created our own small family farm with my children and my wife and my family, obviously. So we own and operate this farm, and we've planted a lot of crops here. We've planted broccoli and cauliflower and celery and lettuce and blackberries and raspberries, and also a beautiful vineyard. But through this process, I came across this plant called industrial hemp. And I remember meeting my friend Brandon at my house there on the farm and saying, Brandon, you need to look into industrial hemp. I think it's the future on certain levels. And we did. I've known Brandon for 25 years. I met him with Brooks Firestone almost 25 years ago. And now we are partners, and he is my best friend. And through this process, we started working with hemp, industrial hemp, and research. And I want you to know, I want the Chairman Farini and members of this commission to know that I met a doctor named Dr. Didi Mary, and he is a leading doctor in cannabinoids and industrial hemp and in THC. And he is the head of the Technion in Haifa, Israel. He has been focusing on 113 cannabinoids and try to come up with some research on how to kill cancer cells. I fell in love with the guy. I invited him to my farm. He came out to my farm. He's been out to my farm twice. And he kind of visualized with me that there hasn't been enough research in industrial hemp to come up with some of the health issues that are out there today. But he kind of visualized it for me. He says, Abel, when you go into an old paint store, they have this machine where all the pigments are in a circle and you get to choose one pigment and another pigment, and then you come up with a paint color that you like. He says, well, what I'm doing here is I'm gathering these cannabinoids And hopefully by joining them, called the entourage effect, we'll come up with some solutions to prevent cancer or fight cancer. And through this process, he introduced me to Dr. Rogowski at UC Davis, who focuses on epilepsy and migraines and sleeping disorder. I had Dr. Rogowski out with the county of San Luis Obispo to my farm, focusing again on research. And through all this process, I got involved in bees. And through Israel, I fell in love with beehives. And we started a beehive project on the farm. These are my boys on the farm. Marcus and Nicholas are on the farm every single day. That's myself with my two boys walking down the vineyard, our vineyard, Runway Vineyards. And you don't see any bees in this slides, but there are bees on the farm. And we learned that bees are a medical delivery system of honey, of delivering not only industrial hemp, but in the future, you'll probably see it with THC. Then I became intrigued into THC, and I want to share this with you because this is very, very important. Hemp versus cannabis, what is it? And there are some differences, but not many. But with my neighbors there across the way, in 2018, I planted 150 acres of industrial hemp up to 20 feet of the property line. In 2019, I planted 350 acres of industrial hemp. And in 2020, I did 125 acres industrial hemp. So over the last 3 years, we've had 605 acres of industrial hemp on our family farm, on the plot that we're talking about. Just a quick tidbit of how we plant this. We plant 4,000 plants per acre. So if you go 4,000 plants times 605 acres over the last 3 years, we've had 2.4 million plants of industrial hemp on that block and other blocks around us there in cannabis, with next to the Bienacitos, 20 feet away. And as Courtney stated, we've had 0 complaints. And I take complaints very, very seriously. I remember when my neighbor called me one time and he says, Abel, you have a well that doesn't smell too good. I want you to know that he actually went on to say that it's hard for us to eat dinner with the well on. I shut the well off. I haven't run that well for 3 or 4 years. And I care deeply about my neighbors, not only Bienacido, but also Cal Portland, my neighbors to the east. And we're here forever. We're not leaving this farm. This is my farm. So I want to make sure we're all on good terms. So through this process, we've applied for an LUP. And in this footprint that we have been approved with an LUP, we're going to plant 120,000 plants of THC cannabis. Now, 120,000 plants in 2021, hopefully, in 2022, and in 2023, 120,000 plants. That's 360,000 plants over the next 3 years. Take in mind that I planted over 2.1 million plants above those in 18, 19, and in 20. What's the difference? The cannabis plant versus the hemp plant? Really nothing. We have doctors and genetics that bred out THC, the most famous cannabinoid out of a THC plant, just bred it out and put it under 0.3 to make it a hemp plant. Just like when you go to the grocery store and you see a cauliflower, you have a white cauliflower and sometimes you have a purple cauliflower. It's the same plant, same growing practice, same everything. It smells the same when you harvest it. When you disc it into the ground, what's left over, it smells the same. It's a commodity, but it gives you a flavor of what the difference in these plants are. And I did read the letter that was brought forward to me by Will Costello, Bienacido's in-house sommelier. And I want to read a little bit about the letter because this is important because I was actually taken aback. I was shocked. Will goes on to say, I would work alongside our winemaking team and help with harvest in the vintages of 2018 and 2019. Now remember, during those 2 vintages, we had over 2 million plants there. And it's especially near harvest. The smell of fresh cannabis plants, they were hemp, not cannabis, was everywhere. It permeated every structure and especially in the afternoon. And I kind of took that to heart because I'm like, wow, I never heard from them. I didn't hear about the complaint. So what I did immediately is I went to Mr. Costello's website, which is Bienacido's website. And I started looking at some of their wines because I actually love Bienacido wines. And I've been drinking Bienacido wines. I've been to their tasting room in Los Alamos, Los Olivos. And I've purchased some of those wines, a lot of the wines. And I want to read to you what it says on his website. It says, Biennacidos is a state vineyard. What does a state mean? A state vineyard means someone who owns the land, someone who has vines from that land, someone who ferments on site, and someone who bottles on site the property. The wine never leaves the farm until it is sold. I appreciate that. And then I went on to see 2019 vintages, actually the ones that I've actually tasted, and 2018. Let me share what the tasting notes are. 2019 tasting note, the Bench Red Wine, estate wine, right next to my farm where we had 2.4 million plants of hemp. The wine is sweet cherry, pie filling, smoked almonds, olive brine, and a little carnation. So it gives you a flavor that I don't think that I've caused any harm with my neighbors. There was another one. I know that they sell, Marshall talked about, they sell to a lot of people. I went on the wine magazines, the Lindquist family. It says, Biennacido Chardonnay 2019, what wine magazine said about this beautiful wine. It says it's hazelnut, butter packed, lemon squeeze, mandarin, list of macadamia nut aromas with a wonderful nose. So I don't see the connection. And then I have my wine. I have my vineyard. We have our Pinot Noir and our Chardonnay and our Pinot Gris within 6 feet of our hemp on all corners. And I want you to know that as we taste our wines, it is gorgeous wine. That area produces beautiful wine, no doubt about it. And it also produces beautiful industrial hemp, by the way, which helped us clean our land to make it a 100% organic farm. So in closing, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I want to point to some of the letters that I've received because these are important. I've been in government before and I was going to ask some local folks for some letters, but I really felt there was a conflict because as Marshall stated, there's going to be a winner, maybe a loser. I believe there could be two winners here, but obviously he does not believe that. So I said, I'm not going to call locals for letters as much as the folks that know me outside. So I have a letter of support from a current sheriff of California, the sheriff of Monterey County, who said Abel will ensure the highest in security in farm integrity. And I think this means a lot to me from him. Supervisor Lindley of Monterey County, also a former supervisor as a large grower, wrote me a letter in support. And then we have David Bernal, who runs the Pebble Beach Food and Wine Festival, where Biennacido's wines are displayed. And I'm sure the sommelier, Will Costello, is there selling his wines. And David runs the Pebble Beach Food and Wine and the Los Angeles Food and Wine, the two biggest wine events in California, supporting my LUP, supporting Runway Vineyards, and supporting the cannabis grow. So last but not least, there's no doubt there is a glut in grapes. You walk into a store, there's 400 bottles from so many people. And we are a small family farm. When I divested, I became a very small farm with my sons and my daughter and my wife. And small family farms need a path to survive. We need a path to move forward. And this project helps our farm. It helps our employees and their families. And it also helps the county of Santa Barbara. So I respectfully, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, ask for your support in supporting staff with this LUP. And Amy, who is counsel on this project, will say a few words as well.
Thank you very much. So I just have a few responses to Ms. Taylor's points. If we can go to, let's see, that's the right slide. So I just want to emphasize there will be no processing or trimming on site and therefore no BACT required. And this is really important because studies have shown that most odor is actually created when the plant is dried and actually handled. So we've clarified in the project description, none of this will happen on site and everything will be taken to their licensed facility in King City, which is about 2 hours away. Next slide. So cannabis is a primary ag use. The county has determined that, and wine tasting rooms are compatible. So, we're a little bit confused as to how a crop could be found incompatible with an existing or non-existing structure like a tasting room, because the goal of the Williamson Act is really to preserve ag land and to restrict development. Nonetheless, we believe that these two projects are fully compatible, as explained by Mr. Maldonado, and the project has been very carefully designed. Since project inception, we've already shrunk the project from 68 acres to 48, and we increased the setbacks to 158 from the property line. We also increased the amount of landscaping, and we also added a great deal of additional vines that will serve runway vineyards. So that will really beautify the road between the two properties. Next slide. As far as odor goes, just to remind everyone, cultivation is seasonal. Unlike many other projects, this project has committed to only 2 crops and therefore 2 harvests per year. The proposed tasting room, we believe the setback is sufficient. It's 750 feet from the property line, but over 800 if you include the additional setback. We've also submitted studies into the record that demonstrate that cannabis terpenes don't pose any human health risk. And in a recent study, VOCs from an outdoor cannabis farm were at non-detect levels just a few hundred feet downwind from the grow. Next slide. To briefly address water, first, there's no shared water source here. Second, the applicant does not divert from the Cuyama River and has never modified the Cuyama River. We have maps going back as far as 1994 that show the river configuration has looked the same. And this farm was actually purchased by the Maldonados in the year 2000. The Department of Fish and Wildlife and a biologist inspected the entire riverbed. They did not raise any concerns. And in fact, when we applied for a lake and streambed alteration agreement, CDFW recognized the very large setbacks and said, you do not need a streambed alteration agreement here because your project will have no impact on fish and wildlife. Now, I've been doing this for a while, and this is the first project I've had where you have 2 rivers bisecting or any water source that has not required that type of document from the California agency. Next slide. So in closing, I just want to point out that this is a green family-owned operation. The project really will have little impact as it's sited on historically cultivated and irrigated land. And so in closing, we ask you approve this project. It's going to serve as a model for demonstrating that cannabis, grapes, bees, and other ag uses can coexist and increase agritourism in the Santa Maria Valley. And this project is really a great example of the co-location and branding of 2 amazing sun-grown Santa Barbara County crops. Of course, grapes and cannabis, which both thrive in this region. And happy to answer any specific questions about project operations or details. But with that, I think my time is up. Thank you so much.
Chairman Freeney, I think you're muted.
That was probably my best conversation ever then. Thank you, Commissioner Park. Hey, Ms. Steinfeld, on one of the slides, it showed like the neon green buffer on the east of the project that buffers the west of the Bien Nacido property. And is that going, that 100 feet or so, I'm not sure, is it 100 feet? Is that going to have a crop on it?
Yeah, so there is the required landscape screening, which will ensure that the neighbors do not see any of the grow. And so that'll consist of live oaks and elderberry bushes. And then we decided to add some extra, landscaping or screening in the form of vineyards. And those will be working vineyards. So that very large, 150 or so feet, yes, will be planted entirely with vineyards.
Okay, I thought I heard Mr. Maldonado say that. I think that was probably a little understated. Oh, okay, that was my question. Thank you. Commissioner Bradley?
Yeah, 2 questions. Ms. Steinfeld, what was it that prompted you or your client to actually approach CDFW?
Well, so we knew, this was a very unique property because you have the confluence of the Sisquoc, which obviously is one of the last undammed rivers in the area. And then you have the Cuyama, which comes from Twitchell, right? and those two converge and turn into the Santa Maria River. And so because of the, sensitivity of these resources, and because the Maldonados have always been concerned about the environment, we wanted to really make sure the cannabis was set back as far as possible and went beyond the 150 feet.
Okay. So the improvements that the appellant is bringing up in terms of the entry to the farm, that was tangential to the conversation.
Oh, you're talking about the Cuyama River claim that there was a berm.
Right.
Yeah. So, that's a good question. So, we've talked and we've gone back to historic maps. And when Mr. Maldonado bought the farm in 2000, the river was configured the way we see it today. And then we found a Google map back as far as 1994, and the Cuyama River also had that same berm. So it's possible that going all the way back, something was done by a previous landowner, but we've worked with CDFW, we've talked to the county, and we can find no evidence that anything has been done that was done without a permit. And as far as since the Maldonados have owned this property, they have not seen that there's been any flooding anywhere in this area. And part of that's because, as you know, Twitchell is a very highly managed system to ensure that water, it was put into place to, avoid flooding in this area and to ensure the groundwater basin was recharged at key times of the year. So we've searched high and low and don't have any evidence that there's been any modification of this area.
Okay, and just one other question, and I'm sorry, I feel like I'm struggling with the maps for this case, but on the Maldonado Ranch, where are the vineyards now from which he produces the Runway wines? And is that in our bio report?
The vineyards that we currently have are all on the San Luis Obispo County side.
Oh,
so
okay.
We planted that vineyard in 2007. But as Chairman Farini stated, all the green will be all new Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc, and Pinot Noir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I should point out too that, the 32 acre parcel, that's on the Santa Barbara side, but it's one farm, right? It's their home is just over, the artificial barrier, which goes into San Luis Obispo County, but it's one contiguous 870 acre farm.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
Yes, I have two questions for Ms. Steinfeld and one for Mr. Maldonado. It seems to me sometimes the definition of crop for cannabis differs from other crops. Like when you plant a wheat crop, you plant it all at once. Now with two crops here, is this going to be staggered planting with each plot or with each crop, or are you literally planting the whole crop all at once? Because that means it'll all be harvested all at once.
Yeah, so that's a great question.
It won't be harvested all at once.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the hope is to plant as fast as possible. So most likely it'll take about 2 to 3 weeks for a farm of the size, 48 acres. So we've ensured in the project description that we would not go longer than 4 weeks. Therefore, the harvest period would not last longer than 4 weeks. So there's a little bit of staggering, but we're not planting by any means all summer. There'll be 2 discrete crops, and we'll get that in as soon, the ground as soon as possible.
Okay, question number 2. Tell me what the difference is between what you define as trimming and whatever occurs with my hands and my clippers to prepare what I've just pulled out of the ground for flash freezing.
Yeah, so we gotta go ahead. The farmer's gonna talk, right?
Well, Commissioner Park, we've never used this term in wine grapes, but they call it manicured in the cannabis industry. And what they do is prior to harvest, they go in about 10 days before and they start deleafing, they start getting the plant ready for harvest. We do the same thing in the vineyard because about 10 days before harvest, we go in and actually 20 days before harvest, we go in and we deleaf all of our vines. We let our clusters get a little bit more sunshine. And then as we get closer to harvest, we go in and strip the plant. All of the leaves fall to the ground. And then about 2 days before harvest, we go in there and we clip all the clusters that we don't like, that are not going to go into the bin when we're harvesting at night. So we do the same thing in cannabis. We go 20 days before and we start taking some of the leaves off. It causes air to get into the plant. It gives the plant a little healthier structure. And then we go in 10 days before, we do it again. And then toward the end, we take the colas that we don't think that they're any good, and we'll try to move them to the side in a plant. So when we're harvesting, we are just harvesting colas and we're done.
Yeah, and just to expand on kind of the legal
And is that
definition.
for both
so-
biomass plants?
Biomass and, you're talking about biomass and flour?
It could provide either, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're going for flour, it's flour. If you're going for oil, it's biomass and so forth. So it could go either way. But you're preparing the plant for harvest. Harvest is the day you cut the cola.
Yeah, and I should just also emphasize that in the state regulations, when they talk about processing, trimming, et cetera, that all has to do with the dry plant. So there can be no processing of a wet plant. And the reason they make that distinction is you really start to, smell the really odoriferous smell once the plant is dried, and then they're actually trimming off the little tiny sugar leaves to create the beautiful buds for sale. So that is all going to be done in King City in their indoor facility. So nothing like that will be done here because there will be no dried plants. They'll be moved within 24 hours of chopping them down immediately into the trucks to get them off site as fast as possible. And the idea is you don't want the terpenes to degrade. So there's an incentive to try to get them off the property immediately.
Okay, one more question. It's for Mr. Maldonado. 'Cause I don't think Mr. Gisecki is going to be speaking, right?
Yeah, he's here.
He can. Absolutely. He's available for questions.
Okay, but I'll ask it of Mr. Maldonado. And I want to be as diplomatic as possible, but that's not very possible for me. It struck me when I spent a few hours at your operation learning how things worked and meeting people, that as prominent as you have been in local and state politics, I mean, you basically graduated from college and became the mayor of Santa Maria. And as prominent, and Mr. Gisecki has been in his consulting and all that the true brains of the operation are your operators. Could you speak to the role of your operators?
Well, the operators are my two sons. And my son, Nicholas, he never ceases to impress me more every single day. He's a ag communications graduate from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and he's just an amazing young man who's actually fallen in love with this plant and doing a wonderful job. And then my son, Marcus, he is on the ground. He is the grower. He does all the fertility planning schedules, prepares everything for harvest. Nicholas does harvest and does sales, and we're all a team. And for a small family farm, Commissioner Park, I want you to know that just briefly, if I may, when I divested from a larger farm, today I couldn't start in the broccoli, cauliflower, celery, and strawberry business like I did in 1988 with my father. I just couldn't do that because times have changed. You're either going to be really, really big or you're going to be really, really small. But cannabis allows small family farms to do it. Why? Because when you're selling your product, you're selling it to a lot of mom and pop shops, just like we had here in Santa Barbara and Santa Maria 30 years ago. So that's why we've fallen in love with the plant, number one. Number two, it allows us to grow our business. And number three, I got to be very sincere. This plant is good for the soil. It's really good for the soil, especially if you plant it direct seed, because when you see a plant that's 7 foot tall, the root is 7 foot deep. And it's cleaned our ground, which makes our ground. I mean, where do you get a farm that's out of the 430 acres, the only acreage that is not organic is the one that my father's farming, because he farms it commercially, but all the rest is 100% organic. And we can do that through the cannabis business or through the hemp business.
Well, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Very good. Well, let's see.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Comes Commissioner Bradley. She remembered something.
I'm sorry. Mr. Maldonado just made one comment that reminded me. Hemp and cannabis have the distinction. One doesn't have to be all organic, right? The hemp plant doesn't meet the same organic requirements as cannabis does for human consumption. Am I wrong on that?
No, we're organic because we farm it organic and we've passed the time of organic, but California is coming out with a program called Cal-O. It is a totally different designation, but it's the same cultural practice as traditional organic. The reason it's not sanctioned by the state at this time is because we need federal designation. We're not there yet as a cannabis plant.
Okay, it's just an argument that we've heard about, you know, cannabis is better for the farming community in the neighborhoods because it has to be all organic. And I thought I heard somewhere along the line that hemp didn't have that same burden, but.
Yeah, so you're right. Hemp, you can use more traditional pesticides, but because they knew they were preparing for cannabis, they wanted to ensure organic hemp growing practices.
So
and
it's
also
like,
they were, growing for CBD. So because it was used for medicinal, they wanted it super clean. But you're right, hemp can use more traditional pesticides.
all right, thank you. Sorry, guys, on the commission, that is.
Let's move on to public comment. And Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, we do have two speakers. Our first speaker will be Elijah Ettinger.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me a chance to speak. My name is Elijah Ettinger, and I'm here today to speak in support of the Canarios cannabis project currently being discussed. I believe this project will be a benefit to the Santa Maria community. As has been discussed, this is a project that is owned and managed by a multi-generational farming family who has shown a commitment to giving back to the Santa Maria community. This project is green, sustainable, and uses no chemical pesticides. It will utilize state-of-the-art efficient irrigation technology. Again, it will provide tax revenue to the County of Santa Barbara, which will be used to reduce both illegal cannabis operations and also support key services. This project will provide high-paying jobs to local cannabis farmers and numerous employees while providing safe and healthy working conditions. I believe it is compatible with neighboring farms. Again, thank you so much for your time. Hope you support this project today.
Thank you.
Our next and last speaker is Steve Baird.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Planning Commissioners. My name is Stephen Baird, and I am a veteran that is very much involved with a lot of other veterans organizations, as well as the organization I created myself. I am an Orchid native, and I have been kind of tracking some of the trends that we're seeing as far as medical use for cannabis and different alternative uses. And I'm here today to show my support for Mr. Gisecki and Mr. Maldonado in Canarios. I think what we're seeing is a trend of we've seen an uptick in mental health, at least in our agency and in what we do. And we're seeing a lot of success with cannabis when it comes to veterans that are trying to get off of some of the pharmaceutical pills, whether it's through the Veterans Administration or through their own doctors. And another thing that I do is I go out on these crisis intervention calls and I respond to veterans in crisis. And I can tell you that throughout my years in Northern California, both in here, we're seeing a lot of success again in the medical aspect of things and in cannabis in general. I've seen a lot of really disabled and unemployed veterans being able to find gainful employment and be very successful in contributing to their communities. And I have been kind of in touch with this since the beginning, and I'm absolutely proud to have the relationship we have. And I do believe that this will be a benefit. And I know we're looking down the road, but I believe it's here to stay. And we look forward to partnering however we can in any way. And so please consider approving Canarios today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baird.
Mr. Chair, that was our last speaker on this item.
Okay, very good. So now would be the time for the appellant rebuttal.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Taylor.
Chair. I am here. So just a couple of quick notes before we close our portion of the hearing today. Again, thank you all for listening to my client and I this afternoon. We really feel that this is a very unique site with some serious limitations on topography that really make it very challenging to mitigate impacts. There are, as Marshall mentioned, meteorological factors like the wind direction that really make it very challenging for these uses to coexist. And I think specifically what we are looking for is we would like to see clarification of the project's post-harvest activities and really how the county intends to enforce Condition 13 regarding a BACT requirement and to what activities it applies, because it is provided in the conditions of approval. So really looking for some clarification as to what that is enforced against in terms of what activities. We're still a bit confused there. And then also, with regard to the air quality impact specifically, I know I kind of breezed through those, but again, these are serious concerns for the Millers and their employees and small children that live on site. I think there are some very real site-specific impacts that, again, the PEIR could not have addressed, analyzed, and provided mitigation for when looking at the emissions from this scale of cannabis as they travel with the wind toward the aggregate and asphalt facilities to the southeast of the project site. The particulate matter emissions state PM10. The county is in non-attainment, and those are the particulate matters that we are concerned about because they are the ones that are particularly detrimental to human health. So I believe that CEQA mandates site-specific review of that issue in particular. And then just overall, again, you've heard my arguments many times about the incompatibilities with tasting rooms. Here we are again. I don't think I need to belabor those points, but we do believe the uses do need to be compatible. And with that, I will close. Thank you.
Thank you. And then on to the applicant. Any rebuttal?
Thank you. Yeah, and we hear Ms. Taylor's concerns about air quality. The industry as a whole has scoured the literature and has found no adverse impacts from biogenic VOCs created by cannabis. The industry has also done quite a few site-specific studies, and again, has used very, very complex methods to test air quality and has found no adverse impact from outdoor cannabis grows. A lot of the studies that are out there involve indoor cannabis grows in very urban areas where you have precursors to NOx. We don't believe that's the situation here. And in addition, we're going to continue to do this research, but I believe this project is fully compatible with the neighbor, and we hope we can resolve this issue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go to staff. Does staff have anything they'd like to add at this time?
Chair Farini and commissioners. So I would like to provide kind of a higher level summary of some of the issues that the commission has heard today and read in our staff report. There is no processing on site. The changes to the project description that were made on appeal were to further clarify and to try and help address some of the appellant's concerns. The applicant is not packaging on site, they are packing on site. Packaging refers to, packaging, preparing the product for sale. The applicant is packing the cannabis to take off site for further processing. At this time, we have no evidence of alteration of the river. We have reached out to resource agencies and we haven't been able to obtain any sort of notice of violation. They have not indicated any concern. And as the applicant has mentioned, these resource agencies have been on site and seen the property. Lastly, the programmatic EIR identified air quality, including odors, as a Class 1 impact. This is not a new issue that the commission has heard, and we continue to reiterate that the proposed project does fall within the scope of the programmatic EIR. And then lastly, I believe the condition 13, which is the minimization of cannabis odors, the appellant has inquired as to why that's on this project. So this project is different than a number of the ones that we've seen. As the commission has heard today, the applicant is proposing to flash freeze a portion of their product on site. We wanted to make it abundantly clear that should there be any trimming prior to the flash freezing or any sort of curing on site, that the applicant would be required to comply with section 3542075 D10 of our code, which would require either any sort of processing to be within an enclosed structure or to apply techniques or equipment that would achieve odor control. With that, I think that rounds up my summary. Ms. Vosberg, there you are. Do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think that covers it. Thank you.
Okay. And I guess one last thing, sorry. With that, we want to reiterate that the proposed project before the commission today meets all requirements of our code. And we believe that all the findings can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laird. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and we'll close the public testimony and or public hearing, I guess, and we'll go to the planning commissioners for discussion and deliberations. Commissioner Blau, you want to go?
Now, this is a 5th district item, so before I make my motion, which is I'm inclined to move for staff's recommendations. I want to hear from the other commissioners.
No one's really eager to speak. I'll speak a little bit. It might be your district, Commissioner Blau, but it's my valley. How's that? No. Yeah, both families, both property owners there, I hold them both in high regard. I think they made good presentations. I do believe that the operation before us today is in compliance as staff is telling us. I've looked at it very closely, and I don't see how I can't not support the project. So I support the project. I'll go back. That green buffer was very interesting to me with all that we've heard for the last year about the incompatibility of cannabis with the terpenes and everything and the vines, the grapevines, and they're going to plant about 100 feet. I don't know. That's probably about 12 rows of vines there as an additional buffer. It will be interesting over time to see if the Maldonado family actually does harvest those grapes and if they do make it into commercial production and get good marks like the area is known for. So if anything, we do get a long-term experiment. As far as the programmatic EIR, I think it covers everything else and really does not give us a lot of latitude on an LUP. So with that, Commissioner Bradley.
Yes, I really appreciate both sides of this argument, or this case, really, and like Commissioner Farini, really hold both in high regard. The land use permit paradigm really puts the Planning Commission in a very limited situation. And so I am having a hard time finding a way around supporting staff's recommendation to concur with their finding to approve the land use permit. As much as I am sympathetic with the astounding Bien Nacido Vineyard and the Miller family and all the arguments that have been made by Ms. Miller, it's the county system is, here we are. And without those findings from a DP or a CUP, it's very difficult to go outside of what staff recommends. So that said, I'm very excited about seeing what happens with this farm because the part about them growing hemp in the last 3 years, the points that Mr. Maldonado made in terms of that activity next to a Bien Nacido that actually had wines produced that were highly regarded worldwide. I find that fascinating and interesting, and I'm anxious to find when we will have a good model of a co-location of cannabis and wine. So I am inclined to support the case. Sorry, Miller family. That's it.
Commissioner Park.
A number of things. One thing I always comment on, and because I think it's important, whether anyone else thinks it's relevant or not, is that it's important to have young people in agriculture, any kind of agriculture. I'm very impressed on the Miller side with Marshall Miller, and I'm glad he's taken up the baton for his family there. He speaks well for them. And I'm equally impressed with Nick and Marcus Maldonado in their efforts. And I'm glad they have a place to be in farming at their age that looks like a real future. Another thing that's important to me that we haven't really touched on today are the treatment of biological resources. This is a really unique property in that it's got really the most important confluence of rivers in the whole county, in the Sisquoc, in the Cuyama, and then how it's treated there. The fact that we have 200-foot setbacks on either side is important. And I think that we have a project that does not burden the biological resources, and that's rare, and it's important. It should be spoken to. Some things I have some unease about. I'm not really comfortable with anything that I see as unequal treatment of applicants, and the idea that in some parts of the county we have flash freezing that has to occur in a processing building with carbon filtration and so forth. And here we're going to have flash freezing and it's not considered processing and it doesn't require that. I don't really see the logic in it, and it makes me a little uneasy. Something that also makes me uneasy is the Bien Nacido winery, or rather the vineyard, is absolutely iconic in the industry and was started in the mid-70s. I think these particular grapes that are near here are not the iconic Pinot Noir. I think it's a different varietal, but nevertheless, it's important. But I can't really stand, or I guess sit here now that we have Zoom meetings, and say that we need to favor one vineyard over another. That leads to my last comment, and that is, you all heard me before argue the different policies and argue for this result or that to make some major changes or conditions. These days, that feels a little bit like being a salmon swimming upstream. And so I often look to see, can there be some sort of a compromise? And I think the answer to that one comes from the words of the parties themselves. Both sides said, no, this is win or lose. We're not really even interested in talking about buffers or how they can be changed or not. So I think it's going to have to be a matter for the commission to vote on. So Commissioner Blau, what are your thoughts now that you've heard all of ours except for Commissioner Cooney's?
Commissioner Cooney.
Nice to hear Commissioner Cooney. Just might be a chance where we agree on items twice in a row. That'd be amazing.
I know. Almost reflexively, I have to. I would have to vote against it, and just wanted to acknowledge that both sides were represented by really excellent. The top line of attorneys that are familiar with these projects. It was a very thorough presentation. The issues raised by the appellants are real and of real concern, but this isn't even the Hatfields versus the McCoys as we see in most of our cannabis projects throughout the county. This is really the McCoys against the McCoys. And there was a politeness, a respect that ran through the project. And I got that with my pre-meeting Zoom conferences with both sides. I think there are some interesting issues that the appellants have raised, but it's almost as if they're curious about the answers to their questions as much as we are, and only time will tell. So in a way, this is a project that will provide leadership for other growers in the North County, and I think with regard to some along the 246 corridor as well. There is a lot to be interested in, particularly that post-harvest period. Is that going to aggravate the odor situation? We can't do anything about the prevailing wind in Santa Maria, or it would have been modified years ago. So I think we have what we have. We have a very narrow window of opportunity to review these projects given the statutory and ordinance backstop. So I don't find that any of the reasons to overturn a project are sufficiently present here. So I will be voting with my fellow commissioners on this project.
Great, and I'll end up by saying, as you all well know, when the cannabis issue started, I was one that wanted the board to only allow it to be grown in greenhouses, be the odor sequestered, carbon filters, what viruses, I don't care what it was. However, that's not what the board decided to do. And this is an Ag 2 property. So, you know, I find no reason not to support staff's recommendations. So I'll move to deny the appeal, grant de novo approval for the applicant.
Well, I'll second it if no one's seconding it.
Hey, Chair Farini, commissioners, I had my hand up, but I don't know if you saw it.
It goes up and then it goes off. It's like, I don't know.
It's my version of waving.
Oh, that's waving. Okay, I thought you were just changing your mind. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wilson.
I just wanted to confirm with Commissioner Blau that he's moving staff's recommendations as outlined in the memo dated May 5th.
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I thought that there's an interesting irony here I just have to comment on after Commissioner Blau explained what he always preferred was that this would be indoors and so forth. I understand that. And I think the irony is that the letters of support from Monterey County, and there were many of them and from key officials there, they're all from a county where it's indoors. It's all indoors. It's greenhouses. Okay. And it's and the sheriff's letter, which was my favorite of the letters, spoke about we have 100 acres of cultivation in this county and it's a giant industry. Well, it's because it's all indoors. Okay. And now, since we have it outdoors, I really am a fan of larger buffers than we're seeing in these projects. I've spoken to that at length on, the SFS project. And I'd like to see the kind of testing someday that would establish whether that's meaningful or not. But it's not happening here. And like I said, the parties themselves aren't even interested in touching that topic. So I'm going to go along and vote with the motion.
Okay. With that, Mr. Villalobos.
So just to confirm, it was Commissioner Bradley, you had seconded that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, did we have anything trailed or are we done?
Chair Farini and commissioners, we do not have anything trailed. The one request I have before we meet again would be to look at everybody's calendars to see if we would entertain a second hearing date on August the 13th. But we can bring that up at our next hearing.
Well, I'll do it now if you want. I'm good. August 13th.
Yeah, it'd be Friday the 13th.
You need a motion to do that, or can you just want concurrence?
We would need a motion to set a special hearing.
I'll make a motion that we have the special hearing August 13th.
I'll second that and just throw in August the 13th was my grandfather's birthday and is my grandson's birthday. So that's a good day, guys. Commissioner Park?
And I know that Exxon is a huge, perfectly rational company, but they want Friday the 13th. Somebody's asked them. There you go.
Okay.
I'm okay on that day.
Okay.
What do I know?
Okay, so let's get the vote. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And with that, I think we're done for the day. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.